Bonjour, bonsoir, bienvenue sur la chaîne du sorcereur. On va continuer encore le truc. Je vais pas me laisser faire par le délai là parce qu'ils ont coupé le documentaire. Donc je vais pas forcément terminer sur le documentaire ici parce que en gros je voulais laisser passer le documentaire, mais apparemment le documentaire a des problèmes de droit alors qu'il est là dans tellement de chaînes de YouTube. Je le vois là. Donc ça veut dire qu'il montre qu'il est disponible. C'est-à-dire que je vois le documentaire ici, je vois le documentaire là, je vois le documentaire ici. Donc ça veut dire que celui-ci, alors je ne dois même pas toucher ça. Celui-là, alors, si le vieux truc de 21 ans, voilà. Voilà le documentaire qui est ici. C'est partout. Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont en train de me faire chier avec les droits d'auteur? C'est là, ah bon, je vois quand même que c'est film. C'est là. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a à la fin de me faire chier avec les droits d'auteur? C'est insupportable un peu. YouTube, franchement. Je comprends pas pourquoi les gens vont sur Twitch. Hein. Franchement. YouTube, on peut rien faire. On peut rien faire sur Twitch. J'ai pas ces problèmes-là. On peut rien faire sur YouTube. Est-ce qu'on va pas regarder le procès? Bon, qu'est-ce que je peux faire un peu pour que le truc soit intéressant? Parce que le documentaire m'a expliqué que je peux pas mettre le documentaire alors que le documentaire est déjà domaine public. Si c'était un documentaire encore sur BET, là c'est sur la chaîne. Le documentaire sur les documentaires sur le domaine public. Je vois les chaînes YouTube le poster. Ils n'ont pas de problème de droit d'auteur, eux? Ils n'ont pas de problème de droit d'auteur? Vous venez nous emmerder avec des problèmes de droit d'auteur. On peut rien faire, rien. Tout est politique la musique, on peut rien mettre là-bas. Le truc, on peut rien mettre. Vous m'étonnez que les gars partent sur Kik et sur Twitch. On peut rien faire. Aucun travail de documentation on peut faire ici maintenant. Un documentaire, flash streaming politique. C'est sur YouTube alors, c'est pourquoi alors? C'est sur YouTube. Si c'était encore que j'avais pris ça sur un autre truc et autres et tout, c'est sur YouTube. Pourquoi alors? S'il y a des problèmes de droit d'auteur, et ce n'est même pas. S'il y a des problèmes de droit d'auteur. C'est n'importe quoi, frère. Bon, on va mettre le procès. Trial. Je voulais un peu donner les trucs. C'est pas normal, hein, YouTube là, franchement. Les gars. Des fois, on va utiliser le truc. Au moins, School TV, tu peux utiliser les trucs. Je peux même plus. Ils sont sous lancés, mec.
si on ne voit pas réellement à l'écran la mort définitive d'une personne contrôlée par Jean Grey, les fans ont certainement remarqué le niveau de violence dont fait preuve un personnage qui est finalement censé susciter la sympathie. Le truc de Jean Grey, c'est pas un cas isolé. Elle a le même traitement que le personnage de Vanda Maximoff et même la mère de... D'autres fans, on sent tout ce qu'elle vit. C'est les Soldiers, la liste est tellement longue. La quête de vengeance de Béatrice Kiddo, elle n'implique pas des innocents. Tout ce qu'elle vit, c'est les gens qui seront impliqués dans ce qu'ils vont faire. D'autres fans ont balayé dans le revers de la main les tendances certainement pas meurtrières de Jean Grey, les considérant comme purement accessoires. Je crois que les Jean Alpha, le cinéma commence à les conditionner à ne plus pouvoir percevoir la moralité. Quel est le message de fin que tu retiens? Le style. Les gens vont dire, mais qu'est-ce que vous en avez à faire? C'est que des films. C'est du soft power. Ça participe quelque part à forger le système de valeurs. Ça représente des modèles pour les jeunes inquestionnables. Les films de Spider-Man de Raimi ont un thème et ils ont une moralité. Le premier film Spider-Man, c'est la responsabilité. Le deuxième, c'est le sacrifice. Le troisième, c'est le pardon. C'est quoi le thème exactement de Spider-Man Van Day? C'est que, parce que je suis triste. C'est normal, Dexter. Moralité. Le premier film Spider-Man, c'est la responsabilité. Le deuxième, c'est le sacrifice. Le troisième, c'est le pardon. C'est quoi le thème exactement? C'est que parce que Spider-Man, c'est la responsabilité. Le deuxième, c'est le sacrifice. Le troisième, c'est le pardon. C'est quoi le thème exactement de Spider-Man?
Walking towards each other, and I guess we basically seeing each other simultaneously. You know what I mean? And we noticed people. They noticed us. They kept, coming our way. We kept coming that way, and a couple of words was exchanged once we got close enough. You know what I mean? And that's when the fight broke out.
So a fight broke out?
Yeah.
And by that, we're talking about people punching each other and tackling each other.
Yeah.
On the other side, were you aware of somebody by the name of Trayvon Lane there?
Yeah, I was aware of Trayvon. Yeah.
And in particular, there's talk about a death row chain or medallion hanging from Trayvon Lane's neck. Did you see that?
Yeah, I seen. Did I see the chain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen the chain.
Okay. During the fight, did anything happen to that chain?
Yeah, during the brawl, it came off his neck.
Now, let me ask you something about the significance of a chain or something like that. Is there any special significance to taking somebody's chain?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course.
Can you explain that?
I mean, that was their logo, and so it's like you taking that from them is, like you got something, to at least harp about or to say.
Le procès, le quatrième jour du procès.
Would it be considered disrespectful to rip somebody's chain off?
Yes.
How did that brawl end? Like what made you guys stop fighting?
Oh well, the police came. You know what I mean? The police came, separated the parties. They didn't even try to talk to nobody or nothing. They just wanted to get the situation under control. Everybody just, leave. Just get out of there. So that's what they did. They came in. They separated us basically. We went our way. They went their way.
Is it fair to say that Lakewood is a little different of a place than Compton?
Well, somewhat, yeah. Yeah, it is.
A little more suburban?
A little more, yeah.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
And at that point, it sounds like that the... whoever the police was in Lakewood just was asking you guys to get out of there, right?
Yeah, they just wanted it to be, you know, all. It's, you know, families, kids, you know, they just wanted to get it handled, situated, and get people out of there.
Wish to approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Show you some photos. Exhibits has already been admitted. I'm going to show you Exhibit 62. Who's that?
Mr. Davis.
Show you Exhibit number 63. Who's that?
Mr. Anderson.
Show you Exhibit number 64. Who's that?
Mr. Smith.
Let me show you Exhibit number 65. Who's that?
Mr. Brown.
Let me show you Exhibit number 60. Who's that?
Straight line.
Okay. And I'm going to show you Exhibit number 70. Do you recognize the people in here? The ones' faces that are blurred?
The people I know. Orlando, me, and Big Dre.
And then, is this just a wider out version of that photo?
Yeah, same thing. Same deal. What I just told you. Us three.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been already in the United States, 66. Do you recognize who's in that photo?
Yeah, Orlando. Keith.
Did you go to the Mike Tyson fight in when Mike Tyson fought Bruce Seldon the weekend that Tupac Shakur got shot?
No, I didn't.
How come?
I was incarcerated.
It is fair to say that that incarceration began in July 8th of 1996.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
In 2006, is it fair to say that you started doing work for the DEA?
Yeah, Ida.
Yeah. And is that after you got caught trafficking some drugs as well?
Correct.
And in the mid-2000s, you got 5 payments, is that right?
I think something like that.
And that was for $2,000, $500, $1,000, $1,300, and $500 for a total of $5,300. Is that fair?
Probably fair to say. I don't know exactly.
You don't remember that? If I told you that, you wouldn't disagree with me.
No, not at all.
Okay. What's more? Still pass the lease.
Okay. Process shift.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lee, your street moniker is Dirt Rock.
Correct.
And how did you come with that moniker? How did that happen?
It was given to me.
And with regards to your testimony here today, you told us a little bit about your work with HIDA. That's for drugs, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And while you're...
Drugs and other things. HIDA is a task force, so it's drugs and everything. AKL, DEA, all that.
Right.
Right.
And with regards to your work with HIDA, of course, because it's about everything, technically, if you saw other types of crimes being committed while you're working for HIDA, you would tell the HIDA people because it's part of the overall task force, right?
No, I'm not necessarily. I'm gonna tell them what they asked me about. You know, what I'm not gonna tell them nothing outside of the realm of what they're seeking or looking for.
Right. And fair to say, though, with regards to what they were seeking and looking for, at some point they were targeting Mr. Davis as the director, right?
Yeah.
And so you were helping them with that information that they needed, right? And that information came in early of 2008, meaning that you were helping them in April, May, that kind of thing.
I'm not sure the dates, but Vicky was, helping. Yeah,
Okay.
I can't remember the dates.
Your Honor, would a review of a report from the DOJ with regard to your participation would help affect your recollections?
It might, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just take a look at the report, look at the date, don't say anything.
Look at the date. Where's the date? Is it? Okay, I recall. Yeah.
Okay. And with regard to this document I gave you, it looks like the date that I've shown you is the date for July 10th, 2008. Is that right?
Yes, that's the date that's on there.
Okay. And fair to say for the jury, once again, you're working with the HIDA team, and that's even prior to July of 2008, you were working with the HIDA team. Fair?
You said prior till
July of 2008.
in 2008,
Yes.
I was working with HIDA. I only worked with HIDA one time, so I don't know what you're trying to insinuate.
All right. I want to make sure that the jury, that we're clear with the jury. We shouldn't have talked. Would a review of another document help you refresh your recollection as to how many times you worked with HIDA?
It might. Let me see.
This is, Yeah, right, John?
Yeah.
Sorry. All right, sir. Now show me the other document. You recall having an interview with a couple of the special agents from HIDA on September 10, 2007.
Why is it on my phone? Yes, I recall.
And also, once again, just for jury's edification, showing you a document here, were you also working with HIDA on April 3rd, 2008?
See, working and being interviewed is two different things.
Okay, so you were being interviewed by HIDA on April 3rd, 2008.
Yeah, that's what it says.
And you were given information with regards to their status on April 3rd, 2008, right?
I didn't get no information about Mr. Davis. I didn't even know at the time what, I was there on what I was there for.
Once again, this is about drugs. I'm talking about drugs. So with regarding 2008, April 3rd, were you there to speak to HIDA agents about drugs?
Yeah, pretty much. Not entirely, but yes.
All right. When you say not entirely, what do you mean?
I'm saying we did talk about drugs. We did.
Anything else besides drugs in your 2009? I want to make sure the jury understands.
Okay.
In April of 2008, besides drugs that you talked about?
No, that's it. That's all we talked about.
All right, thank you, sir. Now, in your time that you spent with HIDA, You had shared some information with regards to what we now call the Lakewood incident. Remember, we just talked about this a second ago?
Yeah.
All right. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when the Lakewood incident occurred?
It was in 96. I want to say July. That's what I want to. Yeah, that's July. I feel it's July of 1996.
Can you help us as to how you know it was in July?
Yeah, because it was the summer.
It was in summer.
And he was getting ready to go to school. So I know he had to be there that summer, start up his training and stuff for football.
Okay. So if somebody else, an FBI agent came in here and told us that it was a couple weeks before the fight in Las Vegas, would he be mistaken?
You said who came in and said what?
If somebody else testified about that date and said it happened.
Objection, Your Honor, to have this witness talk about what another witness stated.
I'm just asking.
And that witness was sitting in the piece.
You can't opine as to whether he's mistaken or not.
I'll draw the question on it.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. You shared the details of the Lakewood incident, right? You told people you described it, fair?
Describe it to who?
To various different people over the time that, since the time it happened, you explained it to various different people. In fact, it's us right now, today.
Yeah, so I did, because I'm doing it to y'all right now, so yeah.
Right. And so with regards to your description, can you tell us, describe for us what happened during the Lakewood Mall incident?
Same thing I just told. We got to fight. And
Now, isn't it fair, though, that at some point in the future, and I want to make sure I'm clear as to the date, you had an interview with a Detective Mogg from Metro?
oh yeah, I did.
Okay, and you recall that interview was actually on July 11th, 2023 in Las Vegas?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
Right. And would looking over a transcript of your interview with Detective Mogg help refresh your recollection as to what you told him on that day?
Well, I couldn't tell him too much more different than what I already said, so yeah, come on with it.
Right. All right. You have a question?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Show me your signs here. And I want you to read.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, now what's your question?
Now, with regard to what you reviewed, clear to say that you told Detective Mogg a more specific sort of thing that happened at the Lakewood Mall, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah. Can you tell us, for instance, the location of where the fight took place?
Yeah, it was by Foot Locker.
By the Foot Locker.
Yeah.
In fact, you had made mention that the fight at the Foot Locker was so bad that they had to remodel it after the thing had gone down at the Lakewood Mall. Fair?
Yeah, it's turned into the World Foot Locker.
Right. You described it as mayhem that was occurring in that Foot Locker.
Yeah.
Okay. One moment, please, John.
Of course.
Yeah, I have no further. Actually, I do. Sorry, let me back up real quick. No, that's it. I have no further questions of this witness.
Any further questions, Mr. Phil?
Of course not.
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness except for one thing. I don't think I moved before the witness. Please, I don't think I moved the exhibits into evidence. I just want to be clear about that before the witness is on the stand, which is state is moving proposed exhibit 71, 70, 65, 64 into evidence.
64, 65, 70, and 71. Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted. All right, one final thing, Mr. Lee. Anybody from any members of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, go ahead. Can I have the parties approach? All right, a question from one of our jurors, Mr. Lee. What did you receive multiple payments for if you gave information to more than once?
Well, it was during, the course of the investigation and things like that. That's what it was for. During the course of the whole thing, they have different ways of, looking out for you or giving you something to try to help your situation or something like that.
Any follow-up based on that? State?
Nope.
Defense?
No.
All right, thank you for being with us, Mr. Lee. You are excused. You're welcome. Who's your next witness, State?
So we're going to play the 2008 statement, which I think will probably take up the rest of the day.
Okay, so it's already been admitted. Remind us what exhibit that is.
That's a great question. I think it's going to be... Actually, I don't know. I'm going to grab it.
Okay.
I uploaded it on my computer.
Do you know what it is? Okay. All right. So you can proceed with playing Exhibit 117 then.
If we just maybe the volume down at the beginning because it's really staticky. And then we'll turn it up when I start talking.
We'll be here for a while. Hey, man, you hungry? You want something to eat? We're gonna get it for a while. Couple hours, 3-4 hours, maybe.
Oh man, I like to pick my wife up.
What time?
2:30.
Okay, we'll have you out here about 1:30. Hold up. Tell me that wife on the church.
I ain't seen no school down here either. So we for murder.
Okay. Good stuff. Who does it say again? Who's the one?
He was the guy, he was a witness that got shot and killed after the incident. And before he really had a ability to make any statements.
Where's that? So they're talking.
He's talking to Dupree, yeah.
I never said I seen Reggie Wright up there either.
Okay.
Okay.
Regarding what? In Compton or at the Biggie thing?
At the Biggie thing.
Okay.
two quadruple murder, homicide, company. It's under the two. Okay, yeah.
A lot of shooting talking after that Tupac thing.
Toujours dans...
Sorry for the guys. You know, out here. So this is out here, man.
You trying to hustle?
Oh, I'm trying, man, but nobody wants to buy anything from me. No, I'm kidding.
Wayne keeps going over his original statements that he gave during after his arrest back in 90 whatever.
And how you know what's talking about?
These guys would have let me get it.
See? I know how y'all are.
I'm trying to help you out. I'm looking at this hard.
See if that way you guys like, man, we're gonna fool you, get it underneath. Okay. Oh, God.
Checking for the piece.
No, it's just not that out of order. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good. How's the holidays going?
So far, so good.
Really? Yeah, it's coming up fast, isn't it? Faster than I expected.
Next week, we'll be here and be over. More than better.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah. Is my secretary here? Or someone else that you guys in?
Hello.
Oh, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some dude came in with like a cart full of food. People came out like ants, man.
Oh, okay.
I got some guy pulling the cart around selling sandwiches.
Oh, yeah, let me do that around here.
That's pretty cool.
For people that don't want to go to the cafes that they just have, they come from sweet.
Right.
I know it's pretty, but there's not a lot of restaurants down here.
Yeah, that's convenient, man.
Yeah, it's convenient. Because restaurants are kind of expensive, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never eat down here.
They do charge a lot. I didn't ask them how much it was.
Yeah, $5 just pick up whatever they get.
Yeah.
And, but it's a smart move. It's smart because, buy me a couple $100 a day. See you in a while, man.
Holiday,
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
Acres surrounded. Yes. We're moving out the street after this today.
Is that right?
Yeah, we wanted to be part of history.
That's kind of ironic.
Yeah. It's nice to read it.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's awesome on the inside.
Yeah, this lawyer and doctor bought it. I know the lawyer here in the Charlie Dillon, and this doctor bought it. And then,
He's his father. He's my brother. Okay. Yeah, I've already, okay.
Hasn't that much?
Yeah, I've already spoken with some guys off the G tried it and all. Oh, yeah. Probably 2 weeks ago.
Nice.
Thanks, man. Oh, I got it for him.
She loves you, man.
A little. Only on my birthday.
Yes, pretty bad.
Yeah,
pretty bad.
Yeah. Only your birthday.
I don't have it with me right now. I'm actually at work in a meeting. He has his medical card with him because he's going back in for another pre-op today. His mom does, and she's with him, so he can probably call her.
What is that exactly? No, that's his statement time.
Prior statements there when he was arrested.
Oh.
It's 909. 331.
Well, I'm not gonna look into that.
6272.
$19 home, man.
What? It really doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
Boost.
Oh, they changed it. I need to find out.
Oh,
No way. Plus, they call you.
You just gotta throw them away faster, man.
I love that motherfucker sitting there. No, he ain't one ball going for me.
I like the way that maybe it says the reports.
It's almost like a federal report. A lot of agencies have adopted that federal reporting system the FBI uses, where the way they structure their reports. I don't know why. Anything's better than LA. The LA's are so screwed out the way they do it.
Hey, Greg, can I use this back here? Thank you.
Just need one, or you want?
Just one.
And we got accused of doing this one too. This is an anonymous caller said not through the LAPD working security for Tupac. You can't win the LA.
Oh, we did
Yeah, they'd be a bunch of killers, man.
Here's an interesting 9/24/96. A caller from New York claiming to be Sean Puffy Combs said he hired someone to blow up night. Something went wrong. Girls got involved. Interesting.
I believe that one.
Are you gonna call him out himself?
Yeah. No, but somebody,
Say, is this a...
somebody just called, yeah.
He called.
Yeah. You had to put some credibility to it, yeah.
Key to the second one is almost identical to the first one, so we don't need to go through that if you haven't already.
Hey Keith, the guy who wrote that wants to know if you still have the girls going to the club selling ecstasy.
Something ecstasy.
Yeah, that's the guy who wrote that.
Crazy. Long ways. Okay, Graham, I was leader.
So really the only thing is the thing about Santana Block, the thing about getting dope with Pat back in '93 or whatever he said it was, and then what was the third thing? Oh, right, you're right. Those are the only three things?
Yeah.
Well, what about that whole bullshit about Tupac?
What was that?
The whole...
Oh yeah, that was bullshit.
Alright. We can pass that back over here. Today what we're going to do, we're just going to go over with a fine-tooth comb the Las Vegas instance. We're going to draft up our report as regarding that specific thing. And then we're going to cover a few other things that we do have to emphasize to you that everything in this report has to be right on, because if down the road it's determined that some of these details are incorrect, then everything's off the table. So everything in this report cannot be like that report.
Hey, I want to say this though too. I feel like I said that day, don't bullshit me, and I won't bullshit y'all. You know what I'm saying? I feel I'm being bullshitted.
Regarding what you did?
You said yesterday, have Mike, I need to talk to Mike. You said it was over.
I need to talk to Mike, one, because I still got a tracker on his car. Two, I need his statement regarding the place in Paramount that was in his name. And there's some questions that are regarding Mike. We're not bringing Mike in order to arrest him. But since Mike already knows that the police have contacted you and you're working with them, there should be no problem. It's up to Mike to keep his own mouth shut, and we're not going to be asking him about his people or his associates. That's not a concern to us.
Yeah.
If you hadn't told Mike, we wouldn't have talked to him. We wouldn't want to talk to him.
Okay, another thing. I know y'all been over Kevin's house.
On surveillance?
No.
No, we've never been in Kevin's house.
You haven't?
Ever.
Because I feel, why would y'all why not hire Edie?
There's some problems, in my opinion, and this may not be a shared opinion, but I just don't believe in Edie's ethics. I think he's a dirty attorney. I think that Edie will lie, cheat, and steal in order to get himself out of any kind of problem. I think that there was ethical problems with the way that he had Orlando testify on behalf of Suge Knight, and that whole thing is a problem we don't want to have to deal with. And as you know, Edie Fall also represents Michael Thoreau, and we just don't want all those problems.
He represents Michael Thoreau right now?
Well, yeah, right now. And Campbell.
Yeah.
You know where they go.
And I know Al was in San Bernardino. He had no fucking reason being down here. You know what I'm saying? I'm up on everything, dude. You think I'm not?
Well, you got to do your homework. We respect that. Don't read too much into anything.
I'm not gonna do nothing to them dudes. I'm over there. Cause I'm up on everything, dude.
Well,
now that's why he was in San Bernardino. What the fuck? He wrote me a letter. I never tell on you this and that. Ooh, man. I know you was in San Bernardino, coming to MDC, coming to see y'all, all that. I know all that shit, man. It was about 2-3 years ago. I know about the Tommy thing over there in Carlton Square. Boom. He told, man, I know a whole lot of shit, dude.
Okay. Well, you probably know more than us. We're doing our homework as we go. But again, we just don't want to deal with those problems that come along with Michael and that attorney. Just don't believe in the guy.
Yeah.
Had my encounters with him before and it didn't go well.
Yeah.
And keep some of the people that might be real close to you that you may want to protect may be the same people that sold you out. So take that into consideration when you're saying, I don't want to give up Compton, I don't want to give up my homeboy and stuff like that. I'm not saying anybody did it. So
I know.
You may have.
Yeah, I know. He said Eddie or Pat could be working with us. That fucked me up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, keep like I said, I love you.
And I know What you say one thing?
Yes, sir.
And you said, I got some shit gonna break your heart, gonna break your knees. I know y'all was gonna arrest me for this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? I know that shit, dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's how I know. That's how the game goes.
Yeah.
You know how it is.
Yeah. These dudes cold, man.
Well, let me say this to you.
I'm serious. I never thought I would retire. But y'all heard me on the phone, man. I'm through with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Too many dirty motherfuckers low down, cross artists and everything. But they don't know I'm putting the double cross down. Fuck it. Yeah.
You know, I know you have used E and you feel comfortable with E, but I want you to say this, and I know you've seen a lot of business stuff, but I would think you would think at this point that maybe you shouldn't think that way because you wouldn't be here, because a lot of people that he dealt with may have participated in getting your ass here. So I think you might want to look at it a little differently.
Yeah.
You gotta look at the whole picture. And I think you're starting to do that.
And when with Snoop Dogg uncle, you know what I'm saying? Then at the airport with the fuck ass plane tickets. Y'all ain't got y'all. His wife even put him on blast. I don't know how you got out.
All people, all the speculation, just hold on to that.
Just leave him alone, leave him alone. But that way you mad, all that shit. That's why I smoke weed, cause I'm a dangerous motherfucker without smoking weed. Dude. I get mad at easy, you know what I'm saying?
We know you, man. We know what you can't do.
That's a very good topic.
Yeah. Y'all be sitting there, keep me calm, keep me from hurting people, man.
You don't want to do that.
You know what, man? Just like you out the game, leave all that behind.
Yeah.
Stop modernize you, but just stop thinking about who did what, and just think they all did it.
Yeah.
And then the person sleeping in your bed with you, your wife, other than that, just shut it down.
You mess it up. No, and your lawyer.
Or your lawyer.
This is a dirty war.
That's what this is great. That's what stuff. What this ultimately comes down to is how valuable your life is, your family. And when I say your family, I don't mean your extended family. I mean your brothers, and your sisters, and your wife, and your kids. That's it. Anything beyond that, as far as we're concerned, is fair game. Kevin will work out his own deals. Speedy ain't got a lot on the table. I don't think that's going to be a problem. And you know, we'll throw that one in if that's what's important to you. We'll throw that one in. But besides that, everything else is certainly in for us.
I just want to say this, and me and Keith had the conversation. I tried to explain to Keith. You know, some people out there that you may have love for, but you can't control. Their stuff is way out. That's not what's on, you know what I'm saying? So you have to understand that. You know,
all of some bitches did me dirty, you know.
They're not, you know, they're not on his own, so.
A lot, the majority of them, you know what I'm saying?
Again, don't think beyond your family. Don't be concerned with anything beyond your family. Kevin will come in, he'll work his own deal out. He's got to do that. You know, he's got a lot of liability out there in Richmond. And so your brother's going to have to come in and work his own details out, which I'm sure he'll do because he doesn't want his own family disrupted.
And he knows himself, but if you can't control him, you know, that's his situation he created. Yeah. You don't have to do it too.
They ain't like the old school dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? They ain't like the 80s and early 90s dudes. These new wave, MySpace gangbangers. I know what's up, man. I'm through with this shit. I'm through with that neighborhood, all that. You know what I'm saying? Through with that shit, man.
Well, that's
they're on the way lovelier than comedy. I can get my head rolled off. You know what I'm saying? Paying $300,000-$400,000 for a house. You walk out the street, get your head rolled off. That's crazy. Yeah. All right, I'm ready.
Okay. So again, today's report that's going to be generated is specifically on Tupac, Las Vegas incident, and we'll get you a copy of that report and have you make sure everything's solid before it's you know.
All right. Now I feel I still go to jail with that, man, because this is federal.
What is said right here cannot be used against you, people. Nothing you say today can be used against you. So
nobody's trying to.
I was just waiting with the news camera to be at my house, man. You know what I'm saying?
He's nervous.
You gotta trust us too.
You just nervous.
If something like
I said yesterday, I didn't know whether to come out or not.
If something like that was happening,
oh yeah, my phone was off.
I didn't know whether to go. I said, man, it's the
that's what he said to me, man. It was trusting somebody not you doing it. It's like, you know.
Spam or something. Yeah. Lee said, hey, you looking raggedy. Oh, boy, you just scared to live this shit out here. That fool, I swear, I had a dream, the cameras were there, here you are, man, bam.
Just give us a number.
Not even that. We told you that nothing leaves this room, and that's the way it is. We wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Then my sister, you a punk motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
Is that your dream?
No, Lando mama, man, it's crazy as hell, man.
Why was she know this?
No, she don't know.
Oh, I'm telling that man.
Yeah, huh?
She gonna bring the business and become a
Yeah. Buffy there with the pistols up. What you do?
That's what we're saying. We will meet from time to time like this. Live your life, stay out of trouble with what you do. If you don't say nothing, it's cool. If you go out there and start talking and shit and looking for people who you possibly can talk to us and all that kind of stuff, you can call it. You we gotta move forward on these questions you get ready to ask. So we can go over and over this. All
right. So that's it. We're going to start. Me and Jeff went back to New York, did a little bit of groundwork back there. As far as the Tupac thing is going, we just want to run down all the leads as far as they relate to Zip and to Puffy, and that kind of thing. But at some point in time, we will have to go hit up all up, get his statement, and the other dude that was in the car is still alive.
Anybody else still alive? Corey's one there.
No.
Big Dre and Lane, they both did.
No, the other dude, Guitar Carol, with the king.
Yeah, the car behind. You want to show the guy first?
Yeah.
Maybe you want to find it. Who was in that car with Zip? Or who, the man was Zip?
He wasn't in the van, he was in that van.
That's the way we have it. You let us know if that seating arrangement is right or wrong.
Anything you want to change for the seating arrangement or whatever, just mark on that one. Wherever you can sit, wherever Landon was sitting, who was in the car behind.
No, well, y'all knew this shit already.
But the seating arrangement, because were you driving?
What?
Were you driving your first car? Because see that line says you're driving. Okay. And who was driving? Debbie Allen was in the car behind by himself?
No, he wasn't even there.
None of those guys were in the car behind?
So Orlando Johnson started across Dre?
He leaned over on the window, popped. They was over on my side, I was popping. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side.
Right. So was there a second car behind you guys?
No, it was some girls hit that corner with us, and we shot out their window. I said, these bitches got more work than they do. You know what I'm saying?
But at any time, was it this car behind you?
Not at all.
No, just behind. No, like 3 or 4 cars behind, nothing like that?
Nothing.
Just one car?
Just one car. Then we hit the corner, and the girl followed us, and we shot out her window. They got scared and stopped.
But they weren't with you guys?
They weren't with us, no.
It's not girls.
Push that back over here real quick.
We didn't think they had any security were following. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The balls don't even that hard. They followed us that way, we shot out the window. They scared.
Those are all the guys that you would recognize as being in the car, right? Lane, DeAndre, and Terrence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep around.
Yeah.
Okay. So Orlando would have to lean over the top of Dre, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what all the witnesses said too from the back. Okay.
That was heartbreaker. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So leading up to that, do you know who Trayvon Lane is?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Okay. So Do you see Trayvon there at the, just before, at the MGM at all?
I see.
Okay, alright. Then let's start back at the beginning. Let's go back to, this is 96, 3 concerts. Where were the concerts where you talked to Puffy and said that?
That was 96. I was, they gave it a BET tour. It was everybody on the show. Let me see, it was 91 Asia. They were on the show, Mary J. Said dude named Josie, Greg Mack, Biggie, Faith, and Dream Mafia.
That was that's BET tour?
Yeah.
Or Superfest? It was BET tour.
BET tour.
Where was that? You remember that?
It was in San Diego. We went to one in San Diego. Went to one in Anaheim, Irvine, then in Vegas.
Yeah, all 4 of those locations, San Diego, Anaheim, Irvine, and Vegas, that was all the same tour. It was all BET tour with those acts.
Except the Irvine. The Irvine was summertime.
Okay, can you hit those acts again? Naughty by Nature, Biggie, Faith, Josie, Mafia, Junior
Mafia, and Biggie.
Faith Evanston.
Yeah.
Okay.
So all acts were from Bad Boy, right?
Josie and Mary J.
So pretty much for Bad Boy Puffy.
Cool. Are you going to be able to track down those dates then?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
Well, that, yeah.
Alright. Now, on all 4 of those occasions, the San Diego, Anaheim, Irvine, and Vegas, which ones do you actually talk to Puffy at?
Every one.
Every one of them. So which of those 4 is it when you talk to him about murdering Tupac?
It was really about both of them. Either one. It was
Tupac and Suge.
Anaheim. A couple times at Greenback.
And where?
Greenback. Sunday.
Hey Barry, you want to go back to like when they first like got in contact?
Yeah, we can start there. What year did Flint introduce you to Zip?
Maybe about 91, 92.
Oh, way back then.
Yeah.
Okay. Early 90s. Where does Flint introduce you to Zip at?
We had a baseball game. And he was, they pictured his calling White Good. We got the White Good. We used to play like cases of champagne. Like playing 18 and we played 18 in the Southside. Yeah.
Southside same time like that? Oh, the
They
swing.
didn't really think he an imposter. The Santana dude. You know what I'm saying? He just like really. They charged him, you know what I'm saying? He wanted to join the gang, he was the baddest gang back then. But they don't really recognize them. They be on their ass, asking for money and everything.
But it was Santana's baseball team.
No, it was from West, from LA dudes. It was Kelly, Keyshawn Johnson, a few more dudes.
So this is like a high school field? Like a
No, not far, South Park.
Okay.
See, I basically played against them.
Yeah.
How many occasions did I have? Like
About 3-4 times.
3 or 4 times?
Yeah.
All in one summer? Or was it over a period like a couple years? Or just all in one summer?
Maybe like a year.
Kind of stuff.
And you were the captain of your team?
Yeah.
And who was the captain of the team? Clint? So basically your team and his team, where you bought, most of your players were what? Southside.
Yeah.
And you bought a lot of LA cats.
We had a little barbecue and we kicked it up. When we lost the game, we paid on the bottles. We just paid on the bottles.
So you played for what, Crystal, or for Champagne?
Yeah, Dawn, Crystal, yeah.
Okay, so that's early 90s. Flint's busy doing PCP back then?
I can't say, he was kind of starting then. Okay. He used to always ask me for money and all that shit. Okay. But 91, then we went out there in 91.
To New York?
Yeah, about 3 weeks.
Because he bought Zip to like the last baseball game, or one of the first baseball games. Did he come off? Did Zip come off the game?
Yeah, he was coming off. Yeah, he was a pitcher.
Okay.
And then,
okay,
they used to call him the White Gooden.
Oh, okay.
White Gooden, y'all.
That's how Flint introduced him, the White Gooden. When he came in, he was a pitcher.
He doing fancy curve. Yeah, we used to take, we was good athletes as also. A lot of good athletes, yeah.
Her dad was good at
So is that who you know as it?
Yeah. Now you got hair now?
That's no
that might be old. So when you went out there in New York, where you guys stayed in? Who stayed in?
We stayed at, we stayed at, what was that, in the Bronx, what was that, Best Western, in the Bronx.
I don't even take an interview with.
Then we stayed at his house a couple times, during that period of time.
At his house?
Yeah, his little apartment. In Jersey City.
Okay. When you're out in New York, is that when you meet Puff out there?
Not doing him. I met him, he gave a party at the club down Santa Monica. Paradise.
On 24, Paradise 24,
Yeah, it was Paradise, yeah. On Santa Monica, Real Highland.
Yeah.
That's where our first name was.
That's okay, Keith. We're going to try to keep this in order, so we'll get to that part.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're in New York with Zip and Flint. And what's happening in New York while you guys out there?
I had brought some burgers up there. They kind of like ran the sham. I guess he gave Fats the money. A couple days later, he jumped in the cab and leave.
Okay.
So I'm still out there like 3 weeks trying to get my fucking money. You know what I'm saying?
Flint fucked you over?
That's what it looked like. You know what I'm saying? So what's his name gave me the rest of the cash that I gave Flint the money.
How many burgers do you have?
3.
These 3 burgers? Okay.
Because the Zip tells you he already gave Flint the money, Flint's phoned out.
Yeah.
And Zip gives you the remainder of the money?
Yeah.
How much was the remainder?
Like $17,000.
If I was to someone, do you know what brought Zip out here? Because he's really from New York.
Yeah.
What was he out here for?
He just come out and party and have fun,
Okay, well, he ever have a house out here where he lived, anything like that, did you remember?
No, he never took me in the house.
So every time he was here, he was visiting, basically.
Didn't know if you have a girl out here that you send, a girl out here that you send down?
Got a lot of girls.
Yeah. Like one particular like that.
So when Zip's playing baseball with Santana, it's just coincidence that he's out here. He's just out here for fun, right?
You ever seen this girl before? Maybe that. Tony, I mean. Maybe Tony. They call him Tony. Never? No. So you have no main girls. A bunch of girls just slipping or whatever. Y'all just player, whatever.
All right, so you're out there. You're doing some dope with Zip, and then what happens next in your guys' relationship? You come back to Compton, you run your game out here, and how do you just continue to have an ongoing relationship with Zip, or do you always have to go through Flint?
Shit, they fucked me, they don't fuck them up. I had 300-400 birds, I'm balling. Fuck them, you know what I'm saying?
So you never got paid for the 3 birds? After you got, when did you get paid for the
They gave me the 17,000 and he said, Pat, stay the rest of the money, so I just, okay, fuck you. When he come around.
So you just ate it, you didn't get that money now?
Yeah, just Then he come by 2:10 sometime. He had to be all COD, then on. No more front seats and none of that.
So he used to get, Flint used to get a lot of stuff from you?
No, I'm talking about Zip.
Flint used to come. Yeah, he did that.
Right.
COD from now on.
But you just let that first one go on.
All back there.
Yeah. Teach yourself, fool.
It's a business,
Yeah, you run yourself. That's all I'll tell you.
So he would keep coming to you, but he kept COD, cash on delivery, buying birds over the years?
He went to jail maybe. We did about 2 or 3 transactions. He went to jail after that. Okay. And I was asking him why the fuck you go out to Miami and you know I got the shit here. That's what you get.
Because that's what he's doing, going to Miami and some stuff. And he got popped.
That's where he got popped there.
But when you brought the stuff back to New York the first time, who was that stuff for?
Was it?
It was for Zip.
Yeah.
But Flint brokered it. He kind of literally.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you after you start, you have your little deals with Flint? Do you end up you start doing anything with Zip, like directly with Zip, back and forth to New York?
When he went to jail.
Flint did.
Yeah, he called, say Zip snitching. So I'm like, Zip snitching. He like, yeah, man. So why the fuck your nephews when you married that? You know what I'm saying? That don't sound good. Maybe he trying to keep me away from you. Yeah, that's what that's what Zip came and said, man, he's trying to keep us away, man, we can get money.
You said his nephew was with him all the time?
The little D and Derek.
Derek and Gerald.
Yeah.
Little brother, automatic brother.
Yeah.
Because they hung out with Zip a lot.
Yeah, he was hanging out with Zip.
When Flint was in jail?
Yeah.
Did he make money with him or he was just hanging with him for the girls and stuff?
You know, I really wouldn't get any business. I just handle my business, man, you know. But they were the girls, they do the cars, all that shit.
So time goes on. This is through the early 90s. Flint gets popped in Miami. And then anything else significant regarding Zip and Flint? You guys just all got your drug games going on. No talk or issues with any of the no talk or issues with anything about Tupac at those early stages?
No. He's still with them digital underground or somebody, the other people.
So he hadn't turned that road yet. But when Flint and Zip fell out, there wasn't no beef. His word, he's mentioning
that's what he said, that was bullshit, so we could stay away from each other.
So that was it?
Yeah, that's why I said, why your nephew still hanging with him?
Okay.
If he's snitching, that don't look good, you know?
So then you hook back up with Zip? Because you know it was bullshit?
And I did that water deal with him, with Pat Menards and the paperwork already.
Okay, so you do the water deal. Was that pretty accurate what you said regarding the water deal? That you guys fucked Patrick over?
Pat Bernard?
Yeah.
I didn't say we fucked him over.
What he did?
I think he got his money.
Okay.
He didn't? Okay, he probably didn't. Deals went down with me, you know?
Now, why is the PCP deal getting brokered by you and not Flint? Why isn't Zip going directly to Flint?
Because he was in jail.
Oh, okay.
So you came close with Zip while Flint was in jail. You started doing business with him.
So we started hanging out. We come to LA, he come to hang out with me. We go party.
First class. And everybody was cool and friendly at that time. Like, man, he was in jail, whatever.
This shit don't match neither. 100 fucking keys. You get 3 years. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh,
y'all thought he was just like, he was telling, man.
Nobody want to mess with him.
I don't know, man. We know, and Corey, 200 keys in Columbus, Ohio. You fucking 30 bucks. Oh, man. I got more than that on a phone call.
Who was yours at that time?
Oh, you had some assistance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That shit don't add up. Where?
So you and Zip keep doing deals. In between, at some time, how does Pac or Big get brought into the situation to support you?
So we started kicking it, and we met the boy at he gave a, what was that, a BET party? For the BET Awards, like 92, 93, at the club in South Monica. And Mary J. was there. That tall dude that used to have dreads. He would African down. What's his name? Busta Rhymes. Yeah. Busta Rhymes walked in in the fight. I was suited. When Ross, he thought he was all big shit. I was gonna beat me. He was gonna beat the fuck out of that boy. But he threw, he wasted a drink on me, and I'm like, motherfucker. Yeah. That's where I met. First day I met Paul.
And Zip introduced you to this my boy. What did he introduce, man? This is my friend, this is my nephew.
My boy.
This is my boy. They didn't see themselves as relatives or anything like that? Like that was his nephew, or is that what he asked for?
No, this is my boy. This is Paul. And after that, they used my car on the video.
Which car was that?
The 64 Chevy.
What color was it?
Brown. Usher, he had Usher. And
it was Usher's video?
It was Usher's video. Pub was driving the car. That's when he had LA with him for a while.
You remember the song?
Can I Get With It? That was his first song ever. Usher's first song ever. He was in a Laker uniform. And he had a little kid dancing on my car when he got back. It was fucked up. And he paid to get it repainted. He sent me $2,500 for that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You used Ricky? Were you dealing with him directly this time, or because of the car, or were you dealing with somebody's management team?
How did you get the money? Was it cash? Check?
It was a check. It was from
Bad Boy?
Yeah.
And then keep that?
No, we put it in $1,000.
Oh, okay.
That's when we owned that rock.
So what's the cat's name again? The video dude?
Usher.
Okay.
Can I get with it?
That was 92?
It was like 92. First time.
92, 93,
Like 16, 15 years old.
Yeah, little kid. Mama, can I buy a car? Yeah.
And then after that, was the relationship right with you and Zip?
We just go to the club, you know, and pop the bottles on the bitches, you know.
That's all right.
How often would you come out here, Zip?
Shit, like once a month.
Did the puppy have a place out here? Did you have a place out here? What you said? How?
Back then, no. He was scared shifters out there. Because of the boy.
So the beat that started right here?
No, it started when they went out there to war.
Yeah.
In New York. And they said, you want to be the fucking, you want to be your own video? That's what for death. And then it started. Then we sing right after that at the summer jam. We on stage drinking bottles, smoking. And he like, hey, you gonna be all right. So how the fuck you meet them dudes, dog? Same way I met you, you know? Motherfucker. Yeah.
Got a shirt saying that?
Yeah, she asked me, how you meet them dudes, dog? Yeah, same way I met you.
And that was at the 95 Summer Jam? Summer Festival?
95. That's when One More Chance was out. Biggie, give me.
Okay. Let's go back a little bit. We go back, Zip is coming out once a month. You met Puff at the Paradise Club BET Awards. he asks you to use your car, you use your car, you end up getting damaged, he pays you. And zips coming out once a month. Prior to the time when you start talking about the beef with Pac and Suge, how many times do you meet Puffy?
Sometimes we met him before the beef came. Maybe about 3-4 times.
3-4 times, always like a social event?
Yeah.
Okay.
Greenbacks was mostly, that's where we started.
Greenbacks?
Greenbacks. On Sunset, about 11. Yeah.
Oh.
It's a little upstairs, and just like a deli. Yeah.
It's called right next to the comedy store.
Yeah, there's a strip club on the other side.
Okay. So you see him at these different events out here, just kind of socialize, shoot the shit. It's nothing going on. And then does the incident at Summer Jam take place before Puffy gets up on stage and makes that statement about you don't want to produce me in your videos? Which happens first?
I don't know. I don't have to check the date.
Okay.
But I'm quite sure that the Summer Jam happened first. Because he got jealous because Big took over the radio charts. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bam! Big was, that one more jazz was hot.
Yeah. So when you saw him at the Summer Jam, he wasn't mad at you for being with him. Like, he was just saying how you knew him. So
how the fuck you meet them dudes? Yeah.
He didn't really mess with you like that anyway. He couldn't get mad, right?
What?
That wasn't an issue.
okay, so you know that. Who was all at that Summer Jam? Was Clint, what's his name? Was he out there?
No.
He was with him?
Yeah.
Zip was with you?
Yeah. You know, you go win, the face that you love. Yeah.
Not even like that, man.
No, you know that. It's a face you just love. Man, my father, man. I've been with that dude for 43 years, dude. Get my number. Oh.
Man, show some love. Man. He ain't like that, man. It ain't like that.
I don't know.
It ain't like that.
He's just trying to help himself.
I ain't say that, man. Just let it go.
All right.
Move forward. Leave him alone.
I'm a dog, though. Fuck it.
Y'all say that?
I got to. Shit. He gave me the hug of my life. He gave me the hug of his life.
So when you at the Summer Jam, you're up on stage and Puff is there, right?
Yeah.
Suge says, hey, how you know these guys? You tell him.
He was on the other side of the stage over here. And they left off this way. When I came back, in the back of the stage, I was like, you let me know that. Went over there, and he told me, yeah, how you meet them dudes? Same way I met you, motherfucker. Yeah. He don't know I helped him that about a lot.
Well, when you say the same way I met you, I'm assuming that you know these guys because of the drug trade. Is that how you knew Suge?
No, I put in, when I started that music industry, that death row shit, man.
With Pat?
I did work for that shit.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to that. But that hadn't even started yet, really. In 95, you've already got some kind of little, you've got your relationship with Suge because of the money that you gave him from Pat, right?
We've been knowing each other before him and Pat even met. We was little kids. No, football was a great talking.
Okay. Well, that's kind of going to be a different issue. Let's stay on track here.
So after the supervisor, you say that you should, and then you walk off. Him was cool. Was Puffy scared of Suge at that time?
No, he wasn't scared.
Okay.
Then one day, me and Zip rolling up Greenleaf, the phone hanging, he wanted to speak to me. Like, man, you think it's cool to come out there for our concerts? I said, why not? Why you can't come? I'm my big boy CEO. I'm like, man, that dude ain't nothing. Come on.
You got to do that. This is Zip on the phone with you? Okay.
Zip, he called Zip home, and I was in the car. Said, his boy wants to speak to you. Hey, man, you think it's cool to come out there? I'm like, yeah, it's cool, man. You know, just give him like 40, 45, 50 tickets.
So Puff calls Zip's phone. Zip gives you the phone.
Yeah.
Puff says to you, is it cool to come out there?
Yeah.
You said, yeah, just give me some tickets.
Yeah, give me tickets.
So you need no money, no security, nothing like that, just tickets.
He gave us some tickets, and I brought the crew. We want to get this. We want to get deep. They didn't show up, you know.
And that's the big customer you talking about, the tour that you're on with Josie and all that.
This is Anaheim. This one brought on the courses. We went about 12 deep to the one in San Diego.
12 cars?
Like 12 people.
Yeah. And you saying he didn't show up? You talking about show?
Show, they didn't show up, no.
So no problems at the concert. They're having a time. Pop bottles while you're out here the whole time. When nothing else happened, none of the events happened, no problems during that time, right?
Right.
Okay. You and Zip keep doing what y'all doing, little business, whatever. What's the next little thing that might happen? You know, time go by. Because by then, the beach just jumped off, started coming that way.
Yeah, that's where it started. The boy in Atlanta got shot.
Yeah.
That shooting partner from the thief from Captain Park.
Yeah.
He got shot. That's what really scared the boy, you know.
You know anything about that, man? Did he do it? Did Sheridan have something to do it? I mean, did Puck have something to do with it?
Yeah, his boy shot him.
So that's true? You know from fact or you know from hearing? I mean, you know,
I was
here.
here.
I know you were there.
I was from here.
Inside stuff or just street stuff?
It was us.
So Wolf did?
Yeah.
Wolf did kill him?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was some talk that some Southsiders were there too. Is that true?
Atlanta? No, we wasn't there.
None went down there?
No, we went down there. You wasn't hanging out there?
We wasn't there.
Okay.
So Big J gets killed.
Real quick, you said that Puff called you on the phone. You tell him you got 50 tickets and I'll make sure everything's cool out here. And that's the Anaheim concert.
Yeah.
Then when you go to that Anaheim concert, that's when you got
That's what he said that in front of all the people. Andre Herrera, he was there.
Andre who?
Herrera. He was, yeah.
Herrera.
Yeah. Who else was there over there? It was just them two.
Hold on. Specifically, Andre Harrell, you.
About 40-some Southsiders.
From New York? Pucky, that was from Andre Harrell and him?
Yeah, Zip. We picked up Zip from the airport, Long Beach Airport.
Okay, so it's Harrell, you, Puffy, Zip, and a bunch of Southsiders. And what Puffy makes kind of an announcement?
Yeah, that was stupid as hell too, you know.
What did you actually hear? What was the words? The best you can remember what he says.
Shit, he said he'd kill us anything we don't do with it, you know? Yeah.
Did he give you anything that these guys did?
Yeah.
Where were you exactly?
He was in the main, it was like he had the Navy SEALs in one room over here. We was in that middle room. The middle room was like a little room, like a suite. And the other room was like a bedroom. We was in there shooting dice. D-Mac was there. That other dude, what's his name? We shooting dice. OJ daughter. She was at the one.
Did she hear this being stated? And
this was at the concert. Before the concert, he stated that. At the concert, that's when everybody came back to the room, get a little party, shoot dice.
Was D-Mac there before the concert?
No.
D-Mac wouldn't have heard that?
No.
So were you in a hotel? Were you at the venue?
We was at the hotel.
What hotel?
That was at Anaheim, the Hilton or something.
Okay.
What Sheridan?
I think it was the Hilton.
So you're like in a suite at the Hilton or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was Halloween night because she had on a cat suit. And Proces had her on the bed like, hey, me out for you, baby. T. Oh, there you are. Yeah, bad motherfucker, boy. Yeah, I wanted to hit that thing. Yeah.
You said there were Navy SEALs in another room?
Yeah.
What for?
For protecting you, that's it, that dude.
He had heard of Navy SEAL?
I swear to God.
Like, you know there were SEALs, or did you?
They told me they were SEALs. Navy SEALs. And they had on their little ear things and everything.
So this is after Jake got killed. So he was on point. He was worried about something happening. Yeah. Shit got miles off about a bunch of different stuff. So he was scared. He was
scared. Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, man.
Now, why does he, if he's got these Navy SEALs guys out there protecting him, why does he call you and ask you for protection?
Would you rather have some Navy SEALs or some gangsters?
Well, yeah, but that's my point. I mean, if you have a choice between the two, you've got some trained gun, you know. But it's funny. Yeah.
You would want the gangsters because the blood, they're terrible dudes ass up, man. Come on, man.
They don't play serious.
Yeah. They carry their ass up, dog. I swear to God. You know, we the ones that can't over.
Man, I ain't seen a lot of gangsters that can hit the target.
But they don't know anything, you know, man.
No, we the ones that won't
you know, we don't make sense.
Maybe a bigger crew might get 3 or 4 of them. Like 4 Navy SEAls are killing
Some guys with guns, they can go in and shoot it out with them. They would wipe the floor with them. But anyway.
Alright. So he's got both. He's got his legit security and then he's got his gangsters.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a quick question. When you guys rode, who was all with you? As far as the main crew who rode with you, y'all was, you know, with Puff, hanging out with him, or, you know, bodyguard, whatever you want to call it. You, who else?
Facey Love.
You went.
D-Wing, Corey, sometime. Lane, all of us. You know, the little crew.
Well, that crew that day. Who was there that day?
At
Mm-hmm.
Everybody. Yeah. Whole fucking neighborhood.
Give us 5 names of people who would say, yeah, we heard Puffy say that.
They don't have to come from down. Al, Corey, Wynn, Corey Rock, all of them shit. I'm quite sure they didn't know it already.
Al, this is all the main crew. Was it up there? Was it up there?
No, he wasn't there.
He's the way. Okay. Brandon and the G's on the other side went over there.
No.
This your crew?
Yeah.
The Bird thing.
Because so this Anaheim thing had to be after. This would have been after
Big J.
Yeah. After Big J, right?
Yeah.
That's when it heated up, huh? After Big J came down and all that.
Yeah.
But just to make something clear, you said previously one time you went down there with 12 people. Is that different from
I was in San Diego.
Okay. And that's after Anaheim.
This is before Anaheim.
Okay.
Before Anaheim.
So Anaheim was pretty much the last concert, big concert you guys went to, and that's when all that stuff happened. It's for Puff saying, you know, I give y'all this.
Yeah. Then we went to Vegas at the MGM. They got pictures and everything. Sure. Magic Johnson had gave a big party out there, and we went to that thing.
Were they there?
Who?
Puff and them?
Yeah.
Okay.
We smoked weed all. I ain't never seen them smoke weed in the MGM like that. But man, y'all was crazy as hell. You know what I'm saying?
They just smoke it wherever they want?
Yeah. Had the thing rolled off. Yeah, that was some big shot shit. I was like, boy, y'all got cousin Las Vegas. They take you out to jail for a joint. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I just wanted to get back to the schedule.
Yeah, just get the timeline in order. Big J gets killed in Atlanta, the thing in Anaheim happens after that. At what point, if you remember, is it when Puffy takes the stage and says, hey, if you don't want your producer, Big...
Yeah, that's on the beach.
Yeah. When does that happen, though, in relation to these other events? Because we're trying to set the stage here, and it's important we get this in order. Had that already happened before Jake gets killed in Atlanta, the bodyguard?
My girl got all that in the river. I was gonna look for that shit, you know what I'm saying?
That was back in New York, right? When that occurred?
Yeah, when he was on stage. And really, Wu-Tang was on their ass. They was the one dancing all in their face. You should have started a beat with them, you know what I'm saying? Both of them was like little kids, you know, Junior Mafia. Yeah.
I think it happened before before Jake.
So you can see Suge getting up on stage, making fun of Puffy.
Yeah.
Because that was like the thing that started
triggered
everything.
Yeah.
Before you got shot,
That's a lot of disrespect.
Yeah, that was disrespect. Like, well,
that was set kind of a motion for Atlanta.
That had to be before.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now we just got to Anaheim. Let's go back to, you said San Diego was before Anaheim.
Yeah.
What happened in San Diego and how that developed?
Zip came on the street, said the boy wants to come down there to the concert. We jumped in the Zip van and my SS and rode down there. By 12 deep. Now we're staying in the same hotel room.
Okay, let's hold on there.
Same hotel.
Same hotel, yeah.
Okay.
Same hotel, not the same room.
So Zip called you or you were with him?
He came on the street on rehearsal and we jumped in the van, went out there.
Now, when he said that you guys want to do a business, like to work with Puff, or just going to have a good time?
Going to have a good time.
Okay, so Zip came on Burris and in the van he says, hey, my boy wants to come down here.
Did come down to San Diego.
And then from that point when Zip tells you that, you guys leave that day or is it?
That's second.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So it's that day you guys go to San Diego?
Yeah.
Alright, who drives down there with you?
Who drive down there with me?
In the van?
Cause I was in my own car with me, Lane, Big Dre, and somebody else. We jumped in, and everybody else jumped in the van with the party van.
What color was the van?
Black.
Is it a different one than the one in Vegas?
When you said he was in Vegas, so it was the same one?
No, he was in that black Benz in Vegas.
Oh, Benz, like the Benz. Yeah, Mercedes-Benz.
Okay, you did say something about a van in Vegas. We'll get back to that. But you said everybody's in a van acting like a bitch.
Oh, that was it. I was in a rental van.
Okay.
No, so.
Alright, so Dr. Dre, Lane, Davis, you're all in what car? You had the...
Yes, system ball.
And everybody else gets in the van? With
Yeah.
And you guys go to San Diego, and where do you guys stay?
Whatever I don't remember the name, but Dallas Cowboys that played San Diego Chargers that weekend.
Wasn't it water or was it on Main Street gas station?
It was a Sheraton or the Hilton.
You remember seeing water? Was it off the water?
No, it was that night.
That'd be a nice place. Cowboys just standing there.
Yeah, that was my team. Yeah. There was a lot of girls with groupies, business.
Okay, so you and Zip and the rest of the crew down there, you ran into Puffy at the hotel or at the concert?
We ran into him at the concert, then we went to the hotel after the concert.
You kind of look like Hank Smith. You could use that.
Yeah.
Okay, so go back to the hotel. And how's what discussion regarding Tupac and show? What happens there?
I don't think he really discussed it then. You know, and we was in the room smoking weed. And the little total brawl. What's her name? Keisha with the pastor thing. Set all in the lap. We just having a good time.
Okay, so no discussion about
And that's when I'm curious. Who paid for your rooms in the hotel? Like when I go to the hotel, you already had rooms there?
No, I don't pay for them. We had money, man.
Oh, y'all paying us?
So they were just getting started, really.
Alright, so San Diego happens. Then is there anything else that happens between San Diego and Anaheim?
I don't know if that concert was in Vegas, the thing in Vegas was before Anaheim or I know Magic Johnson gave a big party there.
Okay, let's go into that. Magic Johnson, he's a big party out there.
In Vegas.
And you go out there with Zip?
We stayed at Treasure Island. That was the Holyfield and Douglas fight, was it? Was it the Holyfield Douglas fight? The night fan man
Ponyfield Bowl, wasn't it?
Okay, it was a night of that. We stayed at Treasure Island. Allie got the room for us and everything.
Then Al got there for you?
Little while?
Yeah.
Then we went and met him at the MGM and Zip and Biggie, all of them was there.
What's
Lance.
I'm sorry. What's the first time you met Biggie?
First time I met Biggie was in San Diego.
The San Diego concert there?
Yeah.
He was in the room with y'all? Or whatever?
Yeah, smoking weed. Yeah.
That's the first time all y'all met him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good question. Break and then.
All right. You read my mind. I was going to do it at about 3 o'clock, so you beat me to it. We're going to take a recess at this time. During recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, listen to any report or commentary on the trial. Of any person connected with this case by any need of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 3:15. Please rise for the jury, everyone. For the record, the jury says that it will be in recess.
Il pleure. Putain, qu'est-ce qui se passe là? Il fait il pleure. J'entends plus qu'il fait dire. Qu'est-ce qu'il dit? Pourquoi ça sort plus le son? 1, 2. Qu'est-ce qu'il dit? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qui se passe encore dans cette histoire?
Un, deux.
Qu'est-ce qu'il raconte? Ah, ils sont là. On n'entend rien.
Police, got hotels.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you meet him at Greenbacks for lunch or dinner or what?
On va pas mentir. Mais le gars là était quand même bête, quoi. Pendant 30 ans, tu es censé être un gangster. Mais tu parles interview. Tu fais même un bouquin. Oh, Tito, tu as apparu dans le truc en disant je connais le meurtrier de Tupac. Maintenant, après, on te met en prison, tu parce que tu pensais que c'est bête. Mais quelque part, c'est inconsciemment. Le truc, en fait, quand tu vois un monsieur qui fait ça, c'est que quand tu as, je dirais, rien accompli c'est-à-dire que tu as regardé ta vie, ça a été que de la merde et que le moment le plus important, quelque part, de ton existence, et qui fait qu'on ait un peu de l'attention sur toi. C'est le fait que tu as été actif dans ce meurtre-là. C'est pour ça que inconsciemment tu as fait toutes ces interviews, parce que tu voulais quand même que les gens te reconnaissent par rapport à ça. Mais quel abruti.
This is what I did.
Okay. Who else was there?
Shit, all Corey, everybody.
And there, everybody's listening to this conversation?
Huh?
Everybody's hearing this conversation between you and Buff?
Talking to me. We was downstairs. When we got there, we laughed at him. Cause he was just brought to suck dick, to suck every dick in it. He all hugged up, kissing with her. We was laughing like a mother. Like, man, what you laughing at, dog? Man, don't just come out here and get nitty, bro, dog. You know? I took him downstairs and he's like, man, I gotta get rid of them dudes, man. It's gonna be a problem.
Is Zip there with you?
Yeah, Zip was, yeah.
At that conversation?
No, you went at the conversation, it was just me and him.
So he tells you seriously, man, I need to get rid of these guys. I mean, he's looking at you in the eyes and he's like scared.
Yeah. He's scary, dude.
Still is.
Yeah.
Now, when he asked about it, he always said both of them. When he said Suge mostly, or he just always talking both of them.
Yeah, but when he had his boy on after he made the record.
And before that, it was just Suge.
Yeah.
And then after Hit 'em Up came out.
Yeah, that pissed them off.
So he's like, kill both of them.
Yeah.
So there's got to be two separate conversations then.
Yeah.
3 and 4. Right?
Or, yeah.
So was Anaheim was just about Suge?
Anaheim was about both of them.
Okay.
Anaheim was about both of them. And he said it in front of all the people, I couldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying?
In Anaheim?
Yeah. All along for the Crips. You know, they motherfucker go after his ass. Yeah.
Okay, so he tells you I need to get rid of him. At Greenbacks, you and him down the stairs, and you tell him I do it for $1 million.
Yeah. Then when that shit popped off, he Zip like, shit, this y'all perfect, you know. Yeah, I'm like, man, we ain't got no pistols. He came over with pistols.
Okay, so he says, you tell him we'll do it for $1 million, and he's like, okay, I'll do it for $1 million.
Yeah.
He agrees. You shake on him or something like that.
Yeah.
What happened?
Gentleman, he like, man, we'll wipe their ass out quick. You know, it's nothing. See that done, you know, that's easy.
Did he front you any money or anything?
No, he didn't. Well, after it happened, he called what's the name? Zip. Is that us? That's us. And the broad was even calling Faith. Yeah, that's us. You know.
So you wanted to done too?
She was calling Zip. Is that us? That's us? I'm like, yeah, that was us.
Was Keefe, was Biggie ever involved in any of these conversations about hitting Tupac? Okay, it was always just Puff and Zip.
Yeah.
You think he knew about it, or he was just like, whatever, he was doing his own thing?
He was like doing his own thing. Lance kind of kept him kind of
out the window.
Yeah.
So this is all Puffy's doing?
Yeah. Puffy was scared of the dude. Period.
Okay, so you guys make the deal for that, and then you guys aren't out in Vegas then with that intention. That's not why you're in Vegas.
We've been going to the fights since that days, the 80s.
So y'all geared up to go to Vegas, and y'all was going anyway, not even knowing who else was going to be down there. Not knowing if Pac and shit was going to be down there.
We didn't have no pistol. We didn't have no pistols down there, and shit, it was right there. It's a perfect opportunity, baby.
That was Zip talking?
Yeah. Because of what happened with
Yeah. Y'all see the surveillance I got in the car with you, in their Benz. The brawl was in there first. Foxy Brown.
She was in?
She was in the car with him.
Okay.
And he told her we need to handle some business. So she got out and I jumped in the car. He had a little secret compartment. The thing popped out.
Okay, let's work up to that real quick, because that's important.
Well, but there was, he said that there was numerous conversations, the first one taking place in Anaheim, another one at Greenbacks.
Yeah.
What other conversations took place where you and Puffy were talking about, doing this stuff?
So fucking long, man.
So just to jog your memory, you're down in Anaheim. Puff gets up. He says, I'll do anything to get rid of these guys. Everybody kind of, cool, that's cool, whatever. He takes it to another level. He's more serious. You meet him at Greenbacks for dinner. You guys step off to the side. He talks about, hey, how much you want? I'll give you $1 million.
Yeah, we went downstairs.
You say, cool.
Yeah. Consider it done.
All right. Now, what conversations between Anaheim and that conversation, or that conversation and the incident? Any more conversations in there about getting it done?
On the phone or in person, either one. Does it ever call you on the phone?
No. I know after it happened, he kept going, that us? Yeah, that's us, motherfucker. Yeah.
Did Zip ever try to push it, like, hey, the boys still talking about, getting this done?
Yeah, he just said that's our perfect opportunity.
That's it. But in the 20, he never said that, like he was trying to, like, almost broker it. Like, yeah, I talked to Puffy, asked him, y'all gonna do that still.
No, he didn't say that.
Who brought up the amount of $1 million?
Shit, he did.
Puffy did?
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't you?
No, it wasn't me. I'm shit. I'm $1 million out there. Yeah, they were 50. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So he brought up the $1 million.
Yeah. Them project dudes will kill your ass for $1,500. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Tell me about that.
So basically, all right, then you guys geared up to go to Vegas. Y'all had planned to go to Vegas a couple weeks, got the hotels.
Yeah.
And then who all drive out there? All you guys is.
All of us, yeah. We had left from Greenbacks.
Give me 1 second.
No.
Yeah, everything. So y'all geared up to go down there. Y'all caravan down there.
Yeah.
How many cars?
We went to Greenbacks. It was me, Zip. It was Zip drove that van. Cam drove that van. And I drove
Cam?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I drove what was that, a Malibu or something? Not a Malibu, a Century. What's that? By a Buick?
Buick Century?
Yeah, I drove a rental Century.
And y'all left from Greenbacks like about what time? A couple days before?
Maybe about, was it a Thursday night? I think it was a Thursday night. We left from there.
Friday was Saturday.
Okay, it was probably Friday we left. Friday evening, went. Zip looked like he got picked up by a helicopter how fast he got there for us, you know. So once we got there, started kicking it, partying and all that old shit.
Y'all staying at the Monte Carlo?
Yeah.
Okay. And who got the rooms for y'all at the Monte Carlo?
My wife, it was on my wife name.
Okay.
You know.
Y'all pay for them?
They had comps. Lane had comps at MG, not the MGM, but Excalibur.
Cause of Gamma.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Brett.
No, that's right. I got thrown off track for something. We were in Greenbacks. They have the discussion and everything. How long before you guys go to Vegas is that?
I think this is another time at Greenbacks or the same time that Puffy said he, you know,
No, this is different time. That's our headquarters. We there.
Okay.
Every time they come out, we be.
So Puffy had said they agreed to the $1 million, and then that Friday before they were going to Vegas, they met at Greenbacks and Zip. They caravan from there on that Thursday, that Friday night.
Okay, so there's another incident. You guys meet at Greenbacks.
That's when we go to the fight in the September '96.
Okay. And then you leave from Greenbacks to go to Vegas.
Yeah.
And that's when Kevin's driving the van.
Corey, Detroit, the dude from Detroit, Tracy Session, Lynn, all of them was in that van. Me and my girl was in the Century. Zip rode with somebody else.
Who's driving the Cadillac?
Lane and them didn't come to the next day.
They came on Saturday?
Yeah.
Like what time did they ride on Saturday about? I know I'm getting ahead of them, but just trying to clear it up real quick.
They rode about 2 or 3 o'clock.
Okay. And who came with him? That whole crew was in the car, nobody else?
Nobody else.
Just those three? Minus the people minus you? Dre and T?
Yeah.
Hey, real back at Greenbacks, when you and Tuffy talked about $1 million, you said you walked downstairs. Did he say, come meet me downstairs?
Yeah, he said, come on downstairs and talk to you.
Okay.
And asked me, why was we laughing at him and shit like that? I said, man, don't be coming out here just getting anything, dude.
Right.
If you want some raw, just let us know.
So he asked you to come downstairs. Did you guys talk about anything other than that specific thing?
We ordered some more bottle. Then took me, it's like a 2-part thing. It's like the deli part right there. Then you walk back and put the bottles. And then we walk over there and talk and we looking for the bottles. At the bottom and shit.
So you think, so in your opinion, the specific reason he asked you to come downstairs and talk to him was about that thing, not about liquor or anything?
Yeah.
It was about that?
Okay.
Okay, so then another incident, you guys are at Greenbacks, you go to Vegas, Kevin drove the van, he's got those other guys with him, you're with the girlfriend, Lane and Dre and T Brown come the next day in the rented Cadillac.
Was that a rented Cadillac?
Yeah.
Get there about 2.
Who rented that Cadillac?
T Brown.
Yeah, T Brown.
His mom, right?
Mother-in-law.
Right.
Okay. Staying at the Monte Carlo, you said your girl had him in her name or Paula?
Paula.
Okay.
You all right?
Can I ask you a quick question?
What?
No, we'll get to that later.
Yes.
No, that's okay.
Well, now you make us curious. Is that?
No. It's something, it's too far ahead, so I'd rather just stay intact. Like Greg was trying to write fast to get stuff down. I don't want to go too far ahead.
Okay, so you guys are out in Vegas. You're there the night before the fight. The next morning or the next afternoon, Lane and them guys show up in the rented Cadillac, and you guys are all at the MGM. You guys go to the fight. Right, so lead us through it from there.
Okay,
you meet Zip out there.
Yeah, it was Zip, we all rode together. We Zip, Kev, and what's his name? He just took off his business fast.
Oh, okay.
So we got there.
Did he stay at the same hotel as you guys?
No, I think he stayed at the MGM. He like, some dudes fronted his ass off, right in front of us.
What happened?
He's like, motherfucker, this motherfucker's a snitch. We like, what? He like, yeah. Damn.
What did he say?
Huh?
What did he say?
He didn't say nothing. He just, his eyes got big. Then the next day, we was
We got our tickets from the little dude named Shorty. He from 60s. Shorty from 60s.
How do you get the tickets? To the fight?
He's a scapper. He be at every anybody can get tickets. He be at every event. And I was in prison with him in Soledad back in the days. You know, he was a little youngster. He started selling tickets, scalpers. We went and got our tickets. Woo. And our tickets was like separated. Lane went in, everybody else went in, and boom, we went to eat. We was eating, and man, they came and said, "He just beat up Lane."
What restaurant were you guys at? You remember? You was in the hotel lobby?
We was in the hotel, yeah. The MGM at the restaurant. Was it the cafe up there or something?
Huh? When'd you eat after the fight?
Yeah.
How come Lane wasn't with you?
Because we, the scappers had different locations on the tickets.
You couldn't get them all on one
yeah.
So you got separated. He went his way after the fight.
Yeah.
He got caught up over there.
Yeah. We was ordering our food, and they like, "Yeah, Lane just got beat up." I'm like,
Where was Zip at that point?
Zip then was in the lobby part where you register. That's where we ran into them. Him and Richie Rich. I heard him before.
He ain't older cat, right?
Richie Rich?
Yeah.
Nah, he probably like 43.
New Yorker?
Yeah.
Was there a redheaded dude there?
I know Richie Rich was there, and Richie Rich. There was a few New Yorkers though, was with Zip. Like, man, y'all need some help? We got this.
That's what they said?
No,
the other cat?
Yeah.
Well, how come everybody else was at the restaurant with you? Everybody knew to go to the restaurant, but Lane was on his own by the doors.
Yeah.
Well, why? Something's missing. Why is he at the doors and everybody else is at the restaurant?
We all went. He was supposed to come to the restaurant too.
He just forgot or something.
They seen his motherfucking ass and beat him up. He couldn't get there. Yeah.
Okay.
But on the surveillance, it seems like he's standing there waiting. He's hanging out. Like he wasn't on his way nowhere, walking.
Y'all seen us at the restaurant?
Well, yeah, they got video cameras all over them.
But him, he wasn't. He was
Y'all seen me?
He's like posted up.
It looked like he was looking at them when they walked by.
Yeah.
So are you waiting for him, you think?
I mean, I don't know. But he wasn't waiting for him.
That's what we're asking you. A lot of this,
You know, we be after the girls, man.
Yeah, but it seems like so you guys get your tickets from Shorty, you give them out. All right, we can't sit together, so let's all meet at this restaurant afterwards. All right, everybody bolts. After the fight, everybody comes back to the restaurant except Lane. Lane's standing by the doors. Why is Lane standing by the doors and everybody else is on board, knowing to go to the restaurant?
I don't know what his thoughts was.
Okay.
But before that, before the fight, before Lando had, the beat down or whatever you want to call it, no beef with nobody as far as them. You guys even see Suge in them at all?
Yes.
Didn't see them, did nothing? Yes. Nobody said they hear, them dudes hear, nothing like that?
Nothing.
And then, okay.
See, it would seem to me that Lane may be working his way over to the restaurant where he's trying to find you guys, but then he sees them. He knows automatically he's going to have beef with them just because of the mall incident.
Yeah.
So he may be just trying to post it up, trying to wait for you guys to pass by. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he probably looking at us. Yeah, you're right.
That would make some sense.
Yeah.
He just got separated.
Okay. So
y'all see us at the restaurant?
No, Phil
Shit, Darren was the waiter.
Y'all see me
I can't believe you don't remember seeing me at the house on Compton and Bay, all that, man. I can't believe it, man.
This task force has been around a long time.
I can't believe you don't remember seeing me, man. I shook your hand a couple times. What's up, man? What's up? Moving like you knew me. And I'm like, what's up, man?
Yeah, you know,
but you was just KD, so.
Shady, man.
Anyway.
Alright.
Y'all see us at the restaurant too?
Yeah, I just got the name of it because it's been so, like you said, it's been so long ago. But okay.
Y'all see me and Zip in the Benz too?
I didn't.
I don't remember seeing it.
I don't remember seeing it. Okay, but who was in the restaurant with you?
The crew, me, all of us. Kev.
Was Debbie Allen hanging out with you at that time?
No.
The Vegas dudes?
No, they wasn't.
They knew nothing about this.
Nothing about this.
Y'all didn't hook with them at all. Nobody, Qatar, Carol, KC, whatever his name is. None of them dudes. Y'all didn't hook up with none of them from
We
Vegas.
seen KC down there.
Okay.
But we didn't see Doc Carter, the other boy, Chin.
Okay.
Where did he go?
So,
Damn.
you know, too young.
Yeah.
He just got good like 5 months ago. Victory. Okay, so Richie Rich and Zipper in the lobbies with some other New Yorkers. You guys read, blah, blah, blah. Lane gets his ass, or Lane gets into a fight. And then Zip and his boys are like, y'all need any help?
The East Coast has to do this first. And my boy.
Who?
And. One from Paramount, man.
Oh.
And.
Oh, Anthony?
Anthony Trent. Yeah. He was out there?
Yeah, he asked me, y'all need some help? We like, no, we good.
Did Tregs hear any of the conversations between you and Puffy? Was he there for anything?
Who?
Tregs.
And.
And.
And?
Yeah, the one you talking about right now.
No. He didn't.
Did he?
The Cadillac? The Cadillac.
Yeah. The one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he there for any of the other conversations or
No,
anything?
the Cadillac was Reed. That's true.
Oh, that.
Trevor, yeah. The other one was.
And it's the other dude that came with the other car.
That's right.
He was there. We seen him earlier. We like, he jumped on Lane. Ooh, what's up? Y'all need us? We like, no, we cool. Then we ran into Zip them in the lobby. The other light-skinned kid that stopped us and talked, that was him. When y'all was watching, he stopped us and talked to us. And when we met Zip them in the lobby, we went all out to the parking lot to get the cars.
Okay, let's stop right there. The whole crew?
Yeah.
Alright, you get cars and then Zips in his Benz.
Yeah.
And who's in there? Foxy Brown?
Yeah.
And does she get out or he tells her to get out or what?
Yeah, he told me to get the handle something. But he told me in the lobby that he had some jimmies.
Some what?
Had a jimmy.
You need one?
And you get in with Foxy Brown sitting in the front seat?
Yeah, and she got out. She was wearing pink, little pink tees, and I jumped in the car. They gave me the gym.
Who was Lane and all them? I'm sorry, Greg.
They was waiting on the cars.
So they was in the valet waiting for the cars. You had already got in his car.
Where does he get the gun from in the car?
A little secret compartment.
Popped up
Pop up, yeah.
in the armrest?
Yeah. Gave it.
Was it a block?
Yeah.
40?
Yeah. And I ain't ever told nobody this story.
Doesn't it feel good when you get off the chest? It's been weighing you down, man, for 20 years.
I don't know who. Can I ask you one question though?
Oprah's going to be like, Mr. Davis, we really appreciate it.
And then you'll be like, read my book.
Hey, I just want to ask one thing though. One thing. Y'all heard that story before though? Before I told you.
Not that part? No, never heard that part before. No, I haven't.
About Zip?
I knew about Zip.
You know about Zip.
Yeah, the gun?
We
don't do that.
Yeah, but not about the pop-up thing.
Pop-up. No particular things in between. But we were on track.
I'm just saying y'all knew.
We knew Zip had given the gun, but we didn't know that you went to his car to get it, so.
Stuff like that.
Let me tell you.
This dude bumped me though that morning in the garage though, I ain't gonna lie. He got me good dog, I ain't gonna lie. You gotta pray and be good, he good. He like, well, that's some shit gonna break your heart. Gonna break you to your knees.
That's what bothered me.
That's what got me, dog. Other than that, I would've went out hard. I'm gonna lose my house, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but that got me though, dog. He said, that's some shit gonna break your heart, gonna break you to your knees. I already knew what it was. Oh, they got me, dog.
I gotta write that one down, man. Put that in the book.
That's some shit gonna break your heart. Gonna break you down to your knees, keep your
See,
knees.
he can deliver. I'd be like this. I got some shit that's gonna bring her. It wouldn't be sound right.
You got me on that, dog. Other than that, I was like, fuck, y'all. I was gonna go on in, man.
Cause I know, I am you. I know how you think. I'm from the same place you from.
Oh,
So
man.
I know kind of what to
Where
say.
you from? You from there?
We won't even talk about it.
You didn't want to know.
You from proper, man. You know what? That's about education a little bit.
Yeah. So proper. No.
You got me on that one, dog. Then I said, break my heart, then. And I thought about it all over that week. I said, oh, they got me, dog. They gonna give me the death penalty.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's a little stretch, man. Yeah, it's been a stretch. But okay, what we agree?
Okay, so we get the gun out of the armrest. Zip gives you the gun. It's a 40. I assume when you check it, loaded. You put you get your own ammo. How's that happen? It's already loaded. Or
It's
what?
already loaded. You just put one up.
Okay, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right then?
What's that?
Do you tell Zip, hey, we're gonna go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, they act like, y'all want us to come? We like, we know what the motherfuckers at. They was telling us that they gonna be at the 662 club.
Who was saying that?
Everybody.
Right out there?
Yeah, everybody. They give us a concert.
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Does he tell
He
you?
told us in the lobby when I met him in the lobby. I got one.
Did you ask him? Do you have one, or it just tells you, okay, I got
Yeah,
one?
that's when he asked, do we need some help? I got some Jimmy. We're like, yeah, okay, cool.
All right.
But only one gave you.
Yeah. And so KC went to go get some guns, but he never did get back with us.
So there was a lot of people out there and asking you guys, Southsiders or Orlando, like Trey and who else?
Just the East Coasters asked us first, the East Coast Crips. Then the New Yorkers asked us.
That's it, okay.
We're like, we don't need help, we good.
Yeah, okay. Then y'all, you get the heat, you get out of the car with Zip after everything. What do you say to him? Like, man, we're gonna handle this, like,
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead. He's like, yeah, it's your perfect timing, you know.
Okay, then you jump out of the car, and then what happens?
I got in the van with the busters. You know what I'm saying?
Who was in the van?
Where do you put the gun? What do you do with it?
Put it on thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Keith, you get in the van with who?
Corey, Wynn, Kev, Wynn cousin Tracy Session, and some dude from Detroit. And they was, Lane them said they had a gun up under the hood.
In the rental car?
Yeah, they put one up under the hood. So, okay, that's cool. So we go to the 626.
I'm sorry, real quick though. Lane's in the van too at that time or no?
Oh, they're in the Cadillac.
Okay, so Lane in Cadillac with T Brown and Dre.
Yeah.
You know who's driving in? You go off from the hotel.
T-Brown.
T-Brown was driving still.
Yeah.
And y'all go with the van. This is 2 cars go to 662.
Yeah, the van and the Cadillac.
Go to 662.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go on, Grant.
So when you guys leave the motel after you get the gun from Zip, you guys never go back to your rooms to discuss anything or anything at all. You go from the MGM, or I'm sorry, from the MGM out on the hunt for these guys. You guys never go back.
We would drop the girls off. Me and Lane did.
At what point? Before you met with Zip or after you met with Zip?
That's a long time. I know I gave Paula money to go gamble in Rush. I don't know what Rush.
That was Blaine's girlfriend, Rashid? Or whatever, Rashida?
Yeah. I know I gave Paula the money to gamble on. But yeah, then we went looking for them.
We went just the 2 girls that you got. That's what you saying. You said the girls, just those 2 girls, or just a lot of girls who were out there. This Rashina and Paula.
There was a few girls out there.
Okay, but their whole crew.
Yeah, their crew.
Okay.
I gave her money to go gamble. Boom. We get in the car. We get in the fucking van. Go up to the 626 club. And Corey, they gonna kill us, dog. You know that motherfucker. You know, got the police killing motherfuckers and all that. Man, you crazy. And fuck, dude, I know dude since we played fucking football, he's a bitch. You know. They got you scared.
Did you get in the van in the valet area of MGM?
Yeah.
Who was driving that van? You probably already answered that.
It was either Kev or Corey.
Okay.
And when we went up to the 626 club, they didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes. They didn't show up. So It's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van with their ass and jumped in the Cadillac. Them motherfuckers busted, they scared.
Where was the liquor store at?
What's that street? It's a highway. What's that big highway there?
Las Vegas Boulevard?
No, not that one. It's east of it.
Oh man, what's the one that runs behind all the hotels?
We went to Craig.
They may or may not be on that map.
It's the intersection where the killing went down.
It's east of this.
Just a little liquor store.
Yeah. It was a little, what's it, 7-Eleven or something?
Real close to the 6265?
Yeah.
6265?
It's a big highway. It's in Merlin Boulevard. One of them.
Okay, so you guys go to the liquor store, you're tired of listening to Corey whine, you jump into the Cadillac, and you what? You go to the liquor store, you get out of the van, you jump into the Cadillac with Lane and them guys, and then what?
You roll up, what was that? Is that Harmon?
There is a Harmon on there. Harmon Street's on there if you can see it. Should be a Harmon Street on there. Koval.
And where did he get shot at? On Harmon, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Flamingo and Harmon right there? Something like that.
No, it's on this street in Harmon. He got shot. Yeah, Koval. We was, I think it's Merlin Parkway or something like that. Is it called that? Yeah. I think the little liquor store was right there. Then we came up Harmon. Got the Las Vegas Boulevard. And shit. Here they come in that BMW like King of Carter. And bros like, Tupac. And we like, there they go. Made a U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make a U. Just wanted a U-turn. And they was in the middle lane. And we just pulled up on the side, checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac! He gave himself away. Otherwise, they would have got away. He all hanging out. You know how they do. Oh, they was finished. And we got him.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys are in the car. Have you already handed Lane the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to pull on my side. You know, that's my little nephew. I'm going to look out for him, you know. And he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting to blast if you had to, or you were just...
Yeah, if we would have been on my side, I would blast.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat?
Yeah.
You can hear Lane?
I gave it to Dre, and Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, dude, pop it, dude.
Now, when you first talked to you a few weeks ago, you did say that Orlando was behind the driver. Is that right?
No, Orlando was behind me.
Okay.
Dre was behind the driver.
Okay. So when you passed the gun, you passed it to Dre?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was the closest to him. He you know.
He didn't want a part of it?
Yeah, he was scary.
All right.
I know he would be scary, but when I got out of jail, he said he was a bad motherfucker.
Dre?
Yeah, I'm like, is that right? He used to feign all that shit. All that shit. Oh, what we gonna do?
Could be Duke had his girlfriend like to kill him.
Huh?
His girlfriend killed him, didn't she?
No.
I think you're...
No, she did. He just had a sinus problem.
Okay.
Okay, so Lane, so you guys pull up alongside. This is essentially, I think, what...
Yeah.
You guys pull alongside, that's essentially what you see.
Yeah.
So
But he had the window down.
Oh, was it tinted or no? Or
I had the window up.
Okay.
So he wasn't out yelling at the girls at that time?
No, he was there, rolled back up the window and he went on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you.
Yeah.
He looks right at you.
Yeah, he looked at me.
Okay.
Why are you looking right at me?
Fucking know each other since we were 7, 8 years old.
When he looks over at you, And then, you know, Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
In
of
the
the
back seat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside of their car?
Jumping in. I seen the bullet going shit again. I thought he was dead.
You see
He
his
must
neck?
have scraped him or something in the head or something.
A piece of glass went into his neck right here.
And he had the thing in his head.
Yeah, a little grade.
He got a grade from the
I thought he was dead.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop the T-Rock, the Bolo stop the car and just let him get off?
Yeah. Then we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said, while he boom, 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 got off, then he took off.
And we made the right, and some broads in a sea breeze was following us. Stupid bitches. And we shot their window out and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what should have done? Just ducking?
Ducking. He couldn't really duck because he was too big, you know. Yeah.
So you try to pass the gun to Dre, he says, fuck it, I don't want it, does he? And then you say, fuck it, or Orlando takes it?
Yeah.
Or wait, you give it to Dre and Dre gives it to Orlando.
Yeah. Exactly.
Dre didn't want to do it.
And Dre's doing like this when he's shooting, he's like, get on?
Yeah.
Take it back?
Yeah. And once we got in the car, he was acting like a bitch. You know, like, get a hold of yourself, bitch.
Right.
Fucker, yeah.
So what was he saying?
Man, shut the fuck up, bitch. What's wrong with this, you know?
Well, where did you go after the shooting?
Went to the Monte Carlo.
And then what?
Real quick. Okay, so the shooting goes down. He's trying to get in the back seat. Shoots ducking out the way. You guys pull off, and followed by Sebring.
A sea breeze, some broads. They ain't call y'all nothing? The broads?
I don't know. Come here.
Hey, come on, man.
We been talking about it. Remember we been doing this so many times, man. Like,
Sebring.
It all comes out.
Lane starts blasting back on him.
Yeah.
So he had bullets left.
Yeah.
how many rounds you say he shot in the Tupac in the car? If you had to,
About 6 or 7.
6. Then how many times did he shoot at the girl?
Twice.
Just twice. Afterwards, when you guys are rolling, just rolling to the hotel, you go straight back to the hotel?
I'm going to park the car by the carriage house.
By the carriage house? You dumped the car and just left it there for,
We left it there. At the there's a parking lot on the opposite side of the carriage house. We left the car there and put the gun on the tire and left.
On the tire, front wheel tire, back tire, what?
The front tire.
And then left. Was there any bullet holes in the car? Because somebody said somebody shot back at you from.
No, I ain't no bullet
like that. Never no bullet holes in the car.
Never.
Okay.
Which tire on the front? You're the passenger side of the
Passenger side.
When Orlando was shooting, was the gun all the way out of the car? Or was it in the car at all? Do you remember?
We got the shells out of there, though.
That is.
Yeah, we did.
on your way to park the car? When you were leaving to go park the car?
The next day.
Understand.
Both of them.
So the next day, oh, you didn't go back the next day?
We rolled back the next day.
The gun was gone?
The gun was on the tire.
The next day, though?
I got in my car was. Well, I was in a rental car. I don't know what they did with that. Other that.
Well, Keith, man, you just got this gun from Zip. You don't want him implicated in the shooting. Now you got a loose end because you put the gun out there on the street like that. Could come back to Zip because we don't know and you don't know at this time whether it's registered to him, his people, whatever. That's kind of lame.
No, that's not.
Okay.
He don't even fuck about Zip.
Yeah.
He just
No, at that time.
No, he don't think like, you know what I'm saying? He ain't thinking like that.
Well, why would you leave a gun?
He's not thinking like, y'all thinking intelligent.
Outside Las Vegas. You just they just did a big murder.
They're not thinking like that.
You want the truth or you want me to tell you a lie? You want me to lie?
No, I want the truth.
Okay, we left the fucking gun on the tire, dude. That's all. That's all. That's the last time I seen the gun.
That's the last time you saw
Yeah,
it.
they don't think like that.
You want me to lie? I can
No.
throw them out.
You don't get us anywhere.
I just can't believe you do that in Compton.
What's
No,
that?
that's what they did.
They don't think like that.
We just left it on the tire. I guess I don't know what T Brown did with it or whatever. What he got. It wasn't our concern. We did what we had to do. Boom.
Plus they don't
I drove back in
think
me and Lane drove back in the car. Went on home.
Immediately after that?
No, the next day.
So what y'all do
Yeah.
after y'all left the gun on the tire? Where'd you guys go?
Put smoke weed and drink.
Yeah.
Where?
Well, it's all there. Yeah, y'all see the surveillance then?
Okay, the carriage, you guys park it in that parking lot. Do you walk, or does the van come by and you get in the van again?
No, we walk.
Okay, you walk over to the treasure, or the market.
We walk right upside that Coca-Cola place. It's a little crosswalk. They go straight to the Monte Carlo.
Okay, so you guys go back to your room.
And they pulled up in the ambulance while we standing right there. Take our bullshit.
You guys on the street with?
We on Las Vegas Boulevard at the crosswalk, and they pull up the ambulance right next to us.
With him in the car already?
Tupac and Suge in the car.
And y'all just walked
This is close.
Did they see him? Suge, he couldn't see out there how last night because he wasn't even hurt.
No, they couldn't see. We didn't give a fuck. We talking about the ambulance was parked right here. Right next to it. That shit was funny in the moment.
So you guys continue, you party at the Monte Carlo, you go someplace out that night, you strip club or anything like that?
We was at the Monte Carlo.
Okay.
And you all four stay together? Y'all four stay together?
T Brown and
all of us there were still together.
By that time the band they come back around?
And yeah, they came back. They didn't even know we did it.
Y'all didn't tell them nothing, y'all just act like nothing was going on.
Nothing was going
Let me
on.
say something real quick. Sweet. I know, like the way Ray probably said, it's like, y'all just did this big thing, but to them, that dude's nothing. Y'all don't care about him. They're like, They're acting like he's a big thing and nothing. They're like, he's nothing. He's dead.
And when we got back, the war broke out.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So you guys go back, you just party, drink, smoke. It's not really discussed. Nobody's making a big deal about it. Everyone goes back to their room to go to bed. You talk to the girls about it at all?
You tell anybody?
I don't get down like that, man. I ain't tell nobody shit. That's like, I tell my nephews, stop saying that shit. Don't be on the internet and MySpace, man. If you saying that shit, they come till they get that dude for a big hair 30 years later.
I think someone went to the bathroom. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, no.
You guys do that, go back to the hotel, do all the stuff. Who all was in the room afterwards? Just everybody? Corey, Kev.
Corey came later. He said, you learned Tupac again. Like, is that right?
Y'all laugh.
Huh?
Y'all laugh.
Yeah.
So he came in with the news that he brought the news that he had died. And he thought he had died.
Nah, yeah. They said they both shot up.
Okay. Alright, so that night goes by. The next morning, you guys get up and you go back down to the Cadillac?
I didn't ever go back to down there.
You didn't?
So a lot of people went.
Okay.
T. Brown, he had to go get the car.
Okay, I thought you said you and Lane drove back.
Oh, we drove that, a Century back.
Was you in
the car? And
was his girl there too?
I think she was, yeah.
Okay, so 4 y'all.
Yeah.
But during that night, after the shooting, was there any phone calls between you and Zip or you and anybody?
No.
Nothing. It was dead that night, nothing happened.
The
No
next day,
communication.
we met at that, Revenue on 3rd and La Brea at that hot wing place.
So,
Cole was like, what up?
Alright, so you get up the next morning, and then what happened? You turn on the news, you see he's dead.
We already knew.
You already knew he's dead. Any phone calls? You call anybody? You call Zip?
And,
The next day,
The next day, he was like,
Zip called you, you called Zip.
called me. And he said, was that us? Okay, yeah. And he called while we said, is that us? Yeah.
Wait. So Zip called you and said, "Is that us?"
Meet me at the hot wing place. I met him at the hot wing place. And,
but you said the hot wing place is here in LA.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to Vegas. So you're in Vegas. You wake up the next morning.
Yeah.
All right. You turn on the news. You see he's dead, or you knew he's dead. You get a call from Zip, right?
In Vegas?
Yeah, in Vegas. I'm talking about. Walk me through that morning. Who called you, or what did you do that morning?
The next morning, someone called me. Whoever was in Vegas, too. Right. From Vegas.
No, we left. We got on about 10 o'clock. Then I got a call once I got back to LA. And he said, come meet me at the hot wing place. And he said, folks, you want to have this? And he told me, yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to Vegas. What were you going to do about the car?
What
were you going to do about the car, or what did you know was going to be done about the car or the gun?
It wasn't my concern.
You didn't care about it at all? Okay.
I got my mother-in-law had rented my car. I had to worry about her car, and he had to worry about his car. Shit. And I swear, highway patrol was to pull his ass over, man. Y'all was
Do you know if he had the gun with him still?
I don't know. I know the highway patrol was on his ass for about at least 10, 15 miles. I know he was shitting brakes. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn.
And you never know what happened to the gun. After T-Brown never talked about, you know.
No, I never knew.
Okay, so you get back to LA the next day, Zip calls you, says, meet you at the hot room place. Where at?
They're my pinks.
Melrose and Brand.
Yeah, my pinks. Yeah.
Alright, so you guys go over there, Zip shows up, you guys, what happens after? What's the conversation with you and Zip?
He said, Paul kept on calling, was that us? And he told me, yeah, it was us. Faith called him. Ooh. Said, we go get our little money. Said, all right, I'm gonna go back out there. Ooh.
Okay, so Puff called Zip and said, was that us? Faith called Zip and said, was that us?
Would you talk about too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, when you're talking to Zip, when you're at the hot wing place talking to Zip,
Puff called. He calls. Yeah.
On Zip's phone or your phone?
Oh, Zip phone.
And Zip gives you the phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
People said, was that us? Zip was like, yeah, that's us.
So everybody was happy.
Yeah, they wanted, we needed some money, man, because y'all raided our house and took all our guns. You know what I'm saying?
So that when you talk to Puff on the phone, does he ask you, was that us?
Yeah.
And then you say, yeah. What's his response?
He was happy as hell, shit.
And did you ask him then about his money? About your money, I mean? When you gonna get paid or whatever?
No, I say that on the phone. Zip go get our cash. Shit.
Zip line handled that part.
Yeah.
Okay, so you tell Zip we need to get paid. What does Zip say? I'm going to go back home and have it.
Yeah, I'll get back with y'all. Yeah. I said they took our fuck, raided our house and took our guns and all that shit. So, yeah.
Okay, the raids occur.
Then I gave a beating. That was stupid as hell. For the south side, we gave a beating and all the motherfuckers told everything.
Well, that's when everybody in the whole hood started, you guys.
Yeah, man. I shouldn't have did that. That was the fucked up move I ever made.
And was that after the guns were taken from the hood? And, you know, police was raiding the houses, or was it before?
It was before. I don't remember. I know we gave a beating at the park at Cerritos. Them bitches went and told everything, man.
And everybody, both clicked. I mean, it was a tempo and whatever.
All of us clicked. Yeah, all clicked back together. Yeah.
Yeah, man, a park in Cerritos. What's the name of that park?
Regional Park on Belleville. That's all in that first affidavit anyway. We read all that shit.
Okay, so you called the meeting though?
Yeah.
Okay.
We read that whole affidavit. You know what I'm saying? We know what's up.
So you called the meeting to discuss the incident?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
and everybody like, we heard you got $2 million, man. We gonna kick in. You gonna get your punk out of my face, bitch. You know?
Right. Alright, so meeting takes place, people are complaining, they want the money. You at some point you reach out again for Zip, or how do you try to get paid?
I kept calling his ass. The next time we seen him was where was his ass at?
Was he avoiding you?
Yeah. We met him at Roxbury.
On purpose? You ran into him, or you guys had a call?
Yeah, we.
Who set that up?
I did.
So you called Zip, you finally got a hold of him, you told him I live.
He said I'm back out here to meet me at Roxbury. That club on Sunset?
Yeah.
And they were shooting pool, and the Don Moon Riders ready to beat their ass.
Who's that? Zip who?
Zip, D-Mac, who was that? Fleetwood.
Fleetwood? Do the hand with Clint? Was Clint out like that?
No. No.
Okay, then y'all meet, and then what?
We meet?
Now, when you have a meeting, is D-Mac and a plea with all of them there with you guys?
No, it was just me and him. I was talking to him. What's up with the cat? He ain't gave it to me yet. And D-Mac told me that shit. He said, man, still got that money. He like, huh?
You say that night, though, because you thought he was still trying to get the money, right?
Yeah. I'm talking about he told me this past summer. And what's they fell out behind all that shit.
When you guys met at the Roxbury, how long, how much time passes before? I'm sorry.
After that, Halloween place?
No. After the shooting in Las Vegas, how long is it before you guys meet at the Roxbury? Like months?
About a month and a half.
And so he tells you that Puffy hasn't paid him yet, right?
Yeah.
All right, and what do you tell him?
What's up?
I need money.
Yeah. We need money, but they took our guns, all that shit. We need some money.
And you want to make
got millions and more than, And your
business shut down, you wasn't doing no business, nothing.
Yeah, ran my Colombian out of town, man. I mean, we should have did that shit. We shouldn't even met Puffy. We should have just stayed rolling, man, Y'all was on my ass since 93, though.
You gave us a good run.
Yeah.
Okay, so you, at what point do you lose touch with Zip when you just realize you're not going to get paid? At some point you realize...
Once y'all got on our ass, man, that watch shit. That was on our ass, man.
Okay. So 96 comes and goes, 97, and you end up you pick up that case.
97. Man, y'all, after that shit happened, we couldn't breathe. You know that. Y'all put the heat on our ass like a motherfucker.
Okay. And then, so you end up going to prison.
Yeah.
Since you've been out of prison, have you talked to Zip?
Not one time.
And then what about Puffy?
Not one time.
Okay.
I tried to call him several times, though. That little daddy out shit.
You got messages?
Hell yeah.
They didn't call back.
I think if he would have just gave us half the money, I would stay strong like Puffy.
Okay, so a couple months ago you say you run into D-Mac. And D-Mac's tells you...
I like, man, call your boy, Cause they went to Howard together or something. I'm like, man, call your boy. He like, man, what's that still mad behind? What's Zip behind that shit? Zip got that money. I'm like, what? He like, yeah, man, dude gave Zip the money.
Where'd you run into D-Mac at?
What street is that? By your boy, the tall guy with the Cadillac truck. What street is that off of?
Florence.
The blue Cadillac truck, Manny.
Oh. I'm at a lot.
The 900 pounds.
I don't know.
Oh.
You got a lot on my mind just like you, man.
No, off of Topanga. I'm really off Topanga at the 76 station. Yeah, Cadillac truck.
Anything?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
No.
You know what guy I'm talking about. Dudes, Detroit Pistons.
Oh,
out there in the valley. That's where you're running is. Okay.
Yes, the business.
Let me tell you what he did to me. I'm gonna tell y'all another thing I know something. Did I tell y'all? On the 40-some-thousand. This motherfucker threw the money in the back thing. The motherfucker say, hey, let me talk to you, dog. I went over there and talked to him, and here y'all come. I said, this motherfucker. I'm up on all that shit, dog. I said, this motherfucker got my money cracked. As I was thinking about it. He said, man, let me talk to you. Man, if the police hanging out in front of your house like that, I'm like, yeah. I said, man, that sound like the Fed. He like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. And sure enough, here comes the car from by the school, and here comes the other one off Glencoe. The car from school threw us off. I said, oh, here comes the pole. I jumped in the car, and there comes that other car. Woo! Ah! Stopped right at me, man. And grabbed him. And he like, man, I got a gun, I got a gun. I'm like, you going to jail, dude? And he like, yeah, dude. Handcuffed his ass, put him in another car, and let him go before us. I said, oh, that motherfucker snitching, man. Tell y'all I'm on all that shit, man. Y'all shit is easy, though. I swear. Yeah, that's they handcuffed me for it. Huh? Let him go with his gun. I said, damn, he need that for protection from me? That's some cold shit, boy.
Well, let's get back to.
Okay, you run into DMAC in the valley a couple months, 3 months ago.
Yeah, in my fall, summertime.
Talking about this year?
Yeah.
And you tell him, hey, call your boy, call Puffy.
Yeah.
And he tells you.
And Zip go pay, they fill up on that old shit. Plus, he got cute. I said, shit, I better not see his ass.
Okay, they fell out. Behind what?
Behind the money. They behind Big got killed 6 months later. I thought y'all had us, dog.
I'm missing something. Yeah. Puffy and Zip fall out. Right?
Behind him making the payments to Zip.
Zip keep the money.
Zip kept the money from us, bro.
And then give it to them and then Big got killed.
Yeah, all that. I thought y'all had our back.
How do you suppose Puffy found out that Zip didn't pay you guys? How does Puffy know?
I guess he knew. When, I guess. When seen him a couple of times.
Zip?
Oh no, he seen the boy. Oh. They want to snoop parties out there.
In New York?
No, it was that Snoop Party.
Oh, in Long Beach?
Claremont.
From his house, at his house.
Yeah. They all on pictures and everything. He came. I said, man, you didn't call me. No. I thought you somewhere else in there. Motherfucker. I said, you get the number. You got the number. We call. Motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Well, I was seeing his ass, man, give me the jewelry and everything, you know? Stupid motherfucker.
Okay, so Zip doesn't pay you. Puffy's pissed off because Puffy did make the payment. You have any idea what amount of money Puffy paid?
DMAC didn't say it.
Okay, so DMAC tells you they fell out beyond that whole thing. You think that Wynn had probably talked to Puffy about the money at one of these Snoop Dogg parties?
I said he didn't. He just gave him the number. I heard TV, y'all. We go to number. We called him up with a number. Phone call.
Puffy gave Wynn his number?
Yeah. I said, you let him give you a number? That was so stupid. Why you get the jewelry? You know what I'm saying?
Collateral.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you got the message from the number?
What?
You called him the message?
Yeah, he ain't answer me. Man got about 50 phones. He can throw that shit away. The phone's easy, man.
All right, and what about you? You also said that that Kane told you something about Zip.
Yeah, he said, Zip got the money. He fell out.
When was that? When did Kane tell you that?
When did I get out on that violation? That was 2005. Kane's name is Gregory.
Yeah.
How about Pete? How much time they gave Pete?
Pedro? Hill?
Yeah.
Shit, I think he got 5-6 years, didn't he?
Ooh. God damn, bro. Boy, this some cold dude. Man, the game ain't right. I advise everybody to quit, dude.
Where were you when Kane told you? Is this when you were back in Richmond, or?
Yeah,
Oh,
I only went out there one time. They said I stole $10,000. I said, bitch, I stole $10,000.
No, that's your brother saying that. That's not. Yeah.
Kevin.
That stupid ass motherfucker. You don't know I'm saving his life. $10,000. Oh, you know about that too, huh?
Yep. Okay, so Kane tells you you're over at Kevin's house 2005. Kane tells you, man, Zip got that money. How does Kane know Zip?
Just from out there in New York.
Just the New York connection?
Yeah. Everybody knows Zip. Zip's big and a mother out there, man.
Yeah. Now, you know Kane's on the run, right?
You on the run?
Yeah.
Oh.
You have any contact with him at all?
I thought his ass was snitching because he got caught with 12 keys.
Yeah, he bugged out on that.
He did?
Yeah.
I ain't got no time. He be up in Baltimore. But they're by that school.
By the way, do you know if Gregory Brooks, if his people back in Baltimore are the Brooks brothers that were in the newspaper like a couple years ago behind that big bus?
No.
You don't know if that's his brothers?
No. Gregory, just my cousin.
Okay. Yeah, I know he was sending stuff to Baltimore, but wasn't he, the Brooks brothers from Baltimore, you don't know who they are?
No, he ain't kidding.
Okay.
There's a brother named Garfield. He phone coming in. Gregory quit. Gregory, Craig, all of them. All my older brothers and shit quit that shit.
Yeah. My great sons, both of them in jail, one of them in jail, right?
Yeah.
They all banging and stuff, huh?
Y'all is up our ass, huh?
Yeah. Lil Wayne better watch out. Craig's brother, he out there. Why ain't gonna stop him from doing what he's doing? He out there banging and stuff, ain't he?
Who?
Craig's little brother. They call him Lil Wayne or whatever. I mean, Craig's son.
They call him Little Wayne?
Something like that.
No, they don't.
Mando or some shit. I don't know.
Something like that.
Maybe Mando? Yeah.
I think one of the last things is, what makes you think though that now that you'd be able to talk to either like Zip or somebody in person?
KPD, well.
I know, okay, I got you. I know you're KPD, but listen, they had a follow. Seriously though, I mean, this is.
Man, I would go ask for people, man. I would go.
Puffy, you're KPD. Puffy's Puffy. Okay, and now he knows that, you know, he can't afford to be making any mistakes right now about the ghosts that are in his closet. And, you know, all of a sudden KPD comes up out of nowhere and starts wanting to talk about the murder of Tupac.
He couldn't really come like
No, I ain't gonna come back. Give me my money, man. Give me my money.
But I'm saying, I'm just, from my standpoint, he wouldn't just come up to him like that. He'd have to create a scenario where he'd feel comfortable.
Then let's talk about creating
Like, I'll give you an example of what I would think. Like, maybe like...
Y'all find out where he at in the club?
No, listen to me. You wouldn't just have him just pop up on the news.
No.
You create a situation maybe like where Kiki was in town, he was doing well, maybe Kiki had a business and he was putting together a clothing business or something like that. He'd come at him like that and then they would kick it and then the conversation would come up. I mean, you wouldn't just have him just walk up on him like that.
Right. We don't know how to create that. That's why we need your guys.
Because I mean, Paulie, just look at, give me that. Let me say
exactly what I want.
Is your
I've been looking for his ass.
You know that too, right?
Yeah. When I run into at the club, I be, man, when he got that walk of fame, motherfucker, I was right there.
But what I'm saying is,
there's too many of y'all around here.
He's not going to just give you a straight conversation. He's going to feel comfortable. You got to create something that's comfortable for him. I mean, I know how you're thinking, but it's been a while. He's sophisticated. He's scared. I'm just saying maybe you have to create some type of... They know they don't want to mess with you. They don't want you coming at them wrong.
He embraced it when? You know what I'm saying?
He cool like with women like that?
They ain't going to embrace the shit out of him.
Yeah, he could be in a restaurant, something you could come.
Then I'll be seeing this little commercial. I'm like, you motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
On him or
No, he got me in trouble the first time. Didn't he know? So he said.
so you don't have to go to New York. You could do it here.
Yeah,
We're talking two different things. New York would be Zip.
Yeah.
Zip's out there and he's going to be staying out there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a club out there. He's always.
Yeah, you got. Oh, I can go there because you like every time my folks go out there, he like Brian, he's vice president right up under Jermaine Dupree. He went out there, him and the dude named Ramon, they went out there, oh, y'all keep me boys. Oh, come on. He rolled out the red carpet for him, got him drinks and everything. And they the ones told me about the club. Then this other broad I was fucking, she said, got a 3-story beauty salon. Everybody, I was like, them motherfuckers is rolling. Said he got the fan on, a Bentley and all that. Said he rolling like hell.
You see any advantage to maybe starting off with just having another encounter with DMAC?
Yeah.
Start off with that, and then DMAC can put it in Puffy's ear that you kind of.
I'm looking for it. All right, I'll get on it real fast.
No, we'll handle that. We'll set that up.
Okay.
Okay. Because what ends up happening is if you take control of the situation, you start making some progress we're not ready to deal with yet, then.
Basically, you don't have to do anything.
Just take the time.
Yeah, it takes time. We'll tell you when you need to be somewhere and make arrangements.
All right.
And
that'll put it in his ear because he do go get T-Mac every time he come out here.
Okay.
That's a boy, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then on to I think that's a wrap for that whole entire event. These are two of the girls that Darren found.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
How long is our meeting going to be today? Do we have a time frame?
We're out of here in 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Hey, do you know how to get a hold of DMAC right now?
You're more than welcome.
You can get a hold of DMAC. Know what?
Great.
That's a little play by my week from every day.
All right, that's cool.
Tell Tommy to buy some weed
Do you know
from.
the bars that was on Third or Beverly?
I've got that DMAC.
That's all there.
I've got that.
You know where, right?
Yeah, I know where it's at.
Look at that. She got fat.
Yeah, that's wrong.
What about this one here?
Yeah, you can get the. That's
the one
you
on
get
the phone?
How old
How you
is
can
this
get
right
the
here?
baby.
Okay, are those the two girls that were in the live party that night?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are their names?
And go squeeze
Right here.
DJ Quick by the balls. I'm serious, he getting that shit up quick.
Answer the question.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Those two girls, you see
What's their
that?
name?
What are their names?
Michelle and Jewel.
Yeah, and those were the two girls that you talked about
At the
being
party.
in the live party that night and,
Yeah.
and getting close to
Yeah.
Puffy and Biggie,
All
is that right?
All that, yeah. They was ones that set that shit up.
For sure. Now, you know that from being there, or you know that from
That's
after
it.
the
Here, dog.
Okay.
I'm not telling you, dog.
Did you get any other insight on that from anybody else, or you keep ED people?
We know the streets, dog.
So you just saying from that alone?
He said he watched
They was out of place. They shouldn't have been there in the first
They
place.
from Death Row, so
Yeah, they
he
ain't
said
got
what
no
he
business
seen in
there.
his eye.
Then boom, the fire marshals come. We left Big Pete and what's the name out there, Sporty, outside the club because we didn't have enough passes. So I was going out there checking on them.
Don't put that on these notes. Because
That was just a sidebar.
These are different notes or something.
Then we was down, fire marshal was down there, the Big Pete and Sporty from Great Street was down there. And I went down there to check on them. Then the fire marshal said they was going to close the place. The blood was out there. It was ready, dog.
We'll get into all that another time, man. But that's some stuff we got to touch on too.
Yeah.
This is a fiction there.
All right, get your freaking flyer tomorrow ready.
All right. What's that tag? I'm gonna see you sooner or later.
One last thing,
See me. Come here. I'm gonna see you sooner or later, man.
you and Eddie were cellies, right?
Yeah, we honky.
Where were you guys? That was in.
I wanted to ask you something. Excuse me.
What do you know his last name to be?
Samuel Samuels.
Huh?
Samuel Samuels.
Samuels.
Samuel Samuels.
Oh, okay.
He asked the question. I find out I need to ask.
I'm gonna ask you one more thing. I know you probably got on the case and I agree. Okay. I need to know it. 93. You're working a while.
Okay, it appears as though Exhibit 117 is now over. Anything else that you wanted to present today, Steve?
No, 2009 is not as long, but I think we just give them a break now.
Okay, sounds good. At this time, we will recess for the evening. We're coming back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information completely without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you back tomorrow. Thanks, guys. The record of juries. Exit. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from the state.
No, let's see.
Okay, we'll be in recess. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Ok. Ça c'était le jour 3. Est-ce que le jour 5 est arrivé? Qui fit dire? Ça va être disponible à 16h, donc à 16h je vais revenir aussi. Donc voilà. Et tout. Peut-être on peut aller aussi essayer de voir un peu sur comment on appelle encore ça, Tupac Death Documentary. Je te dis. Non, parce que Sandro, moi je suis dans la création de contenu. Je suis aussi mais je connais le monde des réseaux sociaux. Parce que je t'ai vu, quand j'ai vu le débat, j'ai dit, ah tu ne connais pas les réseaux, tu ne connais pas les réseaux. Ah bah, dans les réseaux, ce n'est pas la pertinence, c'est pas le truc. Tu vois, c'est seulement des gars comme nous, ou des trucs comme ça qui sont très très minutieux de la pertinence des choses, qui vont comprendre ce que tu es en train de l'expliquer. Il dit non, tu sens que sans genre, il fait ce qu'il dit là. Tu sens bien que les gens se mettent toutes les vidéos depuis les retours. Et ça fait 3 ans, 4 ans que tu m'as parlé. C'était il y a 3 ans que tu m'as parlé de moi, quand je vois, il a raison. Tu sens qu'il a été, parce que tu l'as amené sur le truc technique. Qu'est-ce qu'il fait? Il dépouillait et il jouait sur la popularité. Parce que sur les réseaux, c'est sur la popularité qu'il parle. C'est le groupe le plus populaire. La société dans laquelle on vit est une société stupide. C'est pas une société où les gens cherchent les faits et cherchent les trucs. Je le sais parce que même moi, la création de contenu, du cinéma ou quelque chose comme ça, les créateurs de contenu qui marchent, c'est ceux qui sont dans le cash, ceux qui sont dans la popularité et ceux qui sont dans le populisme. Mais ce n'est pas les gars qui sont beaucoup plus dans la nuance, dans la recherche de vérité et de véracité. Maintenant, après, pour souvent un peu les gars comme nous, on sait un peu jouer un peu le jeu du clash, pour amener les gens dans le droit. Pour amener les gens à dire, bon, vous voyez, se cacher. Et quand je l'ai vu, j'ai dit, oh, tu ne connais pas le public, il dit, c'est ça, c'est son premier live, ça se sent. Ça se sent. Le live, ça bouffe mentalement, physiquement, parce que là, tu étais dans son terrain. C'est ça que j'ai vu, non, tu es dans son terrain. Et les gars, ils disent, mais c'est un bandit. Ça se voit que c'est un bandit. Parce que toi, tu l'as mené sur le terrain, il fait. Mais là-bas, parce que sur Internet, il n'y a pas de gens. Il n'y a que des abrutis. Il n'y a que des abrutis. Il n'y a pas des gens qui vont essayer de comprendre. Ils regardent la popularité, ils regardent pas le fait. Ils regardent pas les faits. Ils croyaient que ce qui est populaire et ce qui brille, surtout l'homme africain dans la Grésie, il est très. Je suis désolé, il est très bête. Hein. Je suis désolé. L'homme, ça fait mal de le dire. C'est pour ça que je pense que ça va toucher. L'homme africain dans les réseaux, il est stupide. Il est stupide. Il regarde la popularité. Il regarde. Comment on appelle ça? La popularité, le populisme. Il ne regarde pas les faits. Les gens qui se concentrent sur le truc des faits, par exemple, les émissions que Jean Sauvaillot fait souvent sur où il a invité justement les journalistes depuis 3 ans. Il invite tous les gars qui ont été arnaqués par ce type de formation, il y en a plein. Il y en a plein. Ils ont sorti les vidéos, les cartes, les trucs. Il y en a un paquet. Il y en a un paquet. Mais ils jouent sur le truc. Non, mais. Quand j'ai vu tout le truc, j'ai dit, mais mec, j'ai dit, non, mais ça, je sais pas, le truc là où il t'a amené dans son game, parce que le live show, le tout, et aussi, ce qui t'a tué, et tout, parce que quand tu me fais un live, et que tu ne montres pas ton visage, on sous-entend que tu te caches, alors que non. On sous-entend, parce que comme ils n'ont pas mis ton visage, ils disent tu veux pas mettre ton visage, ils ont joué sur ça. Et en plus, même encore comment on appelle ça, ce qui faisait comment on appelle ça, gérer un peu de soi-disant débat, c'était quelqu'un qui était de son côté, qu'il avait choisi. Donc, c'est pour ça que dans la manière dont il va te tourner, il va te faire paraître, il veut te faire paraître un gars qui est ou alors que non, ça se voit neuf, alors non, quand tu as bon, toi tu essaies de l'amener dans les vrais faits. Il sait que c'est un tocard. Mais dans une population d'abrutis, ça marche. Et c'est ça le problème de l'homme africain. Que l'homme africain se concentre sur le blabatage, la populisme. Plus t'es populaire, regarde tous les créateurs de contenu qui sont populaires. C'est le populisme. Nafuso, populiste. Simon, populiste. Mabio, populiste. Je ne vais jamais regarder les contenus de ces gens parce que c'est tellement abruti pour moi que je ne peux pas m'abrutir à ça. Mais ces gars-là, l'Africain, ils raisonnent avec le populisme. Parce que les gars, sérieux, je ne les vois pas sur Internet. C'est-à-dire que quelqu'un qui fait des trucs dans l'entrepreneuriat,
le truc et tout, il est comme toi. Tu le vois pas sur le net faire des trucs de vidéo ou quelque chose comme ça. Tu ne le vois pas. Tu ne peux pas le voir. Parce qu'il n'a pas le temps pour ça. Je côtoie des gens qui sont un peu dans des domaines un peu d'entrepreneuriat. Tu ne les vois pas sur le net. Tu les vois, ils gèrent 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Le Facebook, c'est peut-être même quoi 50 ou 60 gars ou Instagram. Vraiment, tu les vois pas sur le net. Pas du tout. Pas du tout. Et bien j'ai dit, mais le problème c'est que je sais, pour être moi dans la création de contenu, je connais les jutsu là. Les jutsu là. Il t'a amené un truc, et comme le fait, tu n'as pas montré son visage. Il a dit, il a voulu montrer son visage, il a dit qu'il ne voulait pas. Et tout. Mais quand même, il y a des parties de ton contenu qui ont été repris. Dans une autre chaîne que j'ai vue, où on a dit à quelqu'un, parce que là, à ce moment-là, ça t'a fait connaître. Je pense que toi, tu peux le voir un peu où tu ça fait connaître où tu plus ou moins parce que tu le mets au pilori et autres et tout. Les gens disent, il y a quelqu'un qui a commencé à questionner. Sinon, j'ai vu que ça a été repris dans certains trucs de mais dans les lives, dans les trucs, c'est un autre monde. Hein. Je connais ce monde-là. Quand je t'ai vu parler, j'ai dit, ça sent que. Tu ce monde-là. C'est un monde, le monde parasocial là. Des réseaux, des trucs, c'est un autre monde avec des codes où ce n'est pas la bonne foi qui gagne. C'est le show et celui qui arrive à faire le show. C'est pour ça qu'il faisait les rires, les trucs, il dit, foi. Il commence à utiliser les 5 codes de l'autre. Alors que l'autre est dans les faits. Parce que toi, tu n'as pas les codes de tous les réseaux. Mais ça c'est quand tu commences à faire ça. Que tu commences à comprendre. Moi, je pouvais être vraiment dans ce truc de création de contenu, les jutsu là, et autres, c'était un peu ça. Voilà.
Je suis dans la création. Parce que je l'ai vu, j'ai dit, ça ensemble, c'est pas la
ce truc-là, tu vas pas sortir. Parce que là, il est dans ce truc. Tu appelles, tu as sur Facebook, là, quand je vois, et je suis ici. Je connais, mais moi, je n'aurais jamais accepté de dire, moi, je suis parce que c'est des parties.
Mais là, j'ai regardé vraiment comme la comment ça fonctionne, à partir de ce moment, c'est le début, quand on se rejoint dans la limite, c'est qu'on veut te décrire les règles, quand je parle, je peux décrire, je suis peut-être pas le prof. Puis après, quand je sens que le fait ceci, il va jamais, c'est ça, le truc de merde, comme ça, je l'ai tenu quelque chose. C'est pas.
Non, toi tu as une mission. Toi tu n'es pas dans les réseaux. Tu n'étais même pas dans les réseaux. Tu es revenu dans les réseaux quand il y avait une fois que tu avais disparu des réseaux de 2010 à 2017. En 2017, une fois, je suis revenu là, il est sans nom, ça fait longtemps. Il n'était même plus occupé. Parce qu'il y a des gars qui sont dans le vrai entrepreneuriat. Ils n'ont pas le temps des réseaux. Mais nous, comme ça, nous sommes dans la création. Nous, oui, ça c'est notre travail. Parce que c'est ce qu'il fait. C'est la création de contenu. C'est pas des trucs d'entrepreneur. Les trucs, quand les gens disent je fais un truc de business ou des trucs, on dit regarde, non, le truc c'est le réseau. Le réseau, la création de contenu, même si tu peux être éducatif, c'est du divertissement. En gros, on est des médias de divertissement qui remplaçons plus ou moins la télé. Que ça soit dans n'importe comment, il y a d'autres qui font du divertissement. Là, moi, qui va sur mon domaine du cinéma, mais ce n'est pas du tout des gars entrepreneurs sérieux que je connais ici, même ici à Dakar, que tu vas aller voir, poster, ils n'ont pas le temps de ça. Pas du tout. Les gars qui sont dans le truc, ils n'ont pas le temps de ça. Ils n'ont pas du tout le temps. Tu les vois même dans le réseau, c'est 2 likes, 2 trucs. Ils n'ont pas du tout le temps. Je ne vois jamais des mecs qui sont dans les entrepreneuriats sérieux perdre le temps dans tous les réseaux. C'est les banaux comme ça qui sont là-dedans. Donc quand j'ai vu comment il t'a ajouté et il fait le truc, c'est son arrêt. C'est son arrêt. Et il va jouer sur son arrêt. Et là-bas, il y a que des cons. Il y a que des cons, il y a que des gars qui follow des personnalités, des trucs et autres, tout. Il n'y a pas, c'est pas la pertinence. C'est pas du tout la pertinence. Pas du tout, c'est pas la recherche de vérité. Et les Africains sont débiles. Même le papier, les mêmes sur les réseaux sont débiles. Par exemple, mon audience elle est beaucoup plus française qu'africaine. Dans le truc de scène network, il y a des gars, souvent, quand tu les regardes, souvent pour réagir en plus, c'est pas ouf. C'est pas ouf. C'est pas ouf. On ne pense même pas que là-bas, mais les gens qui savent vraiment les choses savent que tu dis la vérité. Ça se voit. Ça se voit, les gens se voient, c'est vrai que ça se voit. Les gens sérieux, il y a même un ton quand les gens sérieux ont. Quand les gens sont sérieux sur leur travail, ils ne rigolent pas de leur travail. C'est-à-dire que les gens, quand ils sont sérieux, ils font tous les 17 jours sur son travail, ils ne rigolent pas de travail. Ceux qui rigolent dans les trucs de travail, c'est les créateurs de contenu parce qu'on est dans les divertissements et le clash et le show. En tout cas, c'est comme ça que moi je le vois.
I'm saying we did talk about drugs. We talked, yeah, we did.
Anything else besides drugs in your 2000? I want to make sure that jury understands.
Okay.
Anything in April 2008 besides drugs that you talked about?
That's it. That's all we talked about.
All right, thank you, sir. Now, in your time that you spent with Ida, you had shared some information with regards to what we now call the Lakewood incident. Remember, we just talked about this a second ago?
Yeah.
All right, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when the Lakewood incident occurred?
It was in 96. I want to say July. That's what I want to. Yeah, that's July. I feel it's July of 1996.
Can you help us as to how you know it was in July?
Yeah, because it was the summer.
It was in summer.
And he was getting ready to go to school, so I know he had to be there that summer. You know, start up his training and stuff for football.
Okay. So if somebody else, an FBI agent, came in here and told us that it was a couple weeks before the fight in Las Vegas, would he be mistaken?
You said who came in and said what?
If somebody else testified about that date and said it happened.
Objection, Your Honor, to have this witness talk about what another witness stated.
I'm just asking.
And that witness was stated what he said.
He can't opine as to whether he's mistaken or not.
I'll draw the question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. You shared the details of the Lakewood incident, right? You told people about, you described it, fair?
Described it to who?
To various different people. Over the time since the time it happened, you've explained it to various different people. In fact, to us right now, today.
Yeah, so I mean, I did, because I'm doing it to y'all right now, so yeah.
Right. And so with regards to your description, can you tell us, describe for us what happened during the Lakewood Mall incident?
Same thing I just told. We had a fight. Yeah.
Now, isn't it fair, though, that at some point in the future, and I want to make sure I'm clear as to the date, you had an interview with a Detective Mogg from Metro?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Okay, and you recall that interview was actually on July 11th, 2023 in Las Vegas?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
Right. And would looking over a transcript of your interview with Detective Mogg help refresh your recollection as to what you told him on that day?
Well, I couldn't tell him too much more different than what I already said, so yeah, come on with it.
Right. All right. Yeah, question?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Show me yours here. I want you to read.
Okay, now what's your question?
Now, with regard to what you reviewed, fair to say that you told Detective Mogg a more specific sort of thing that happened at the Lakewood Mall, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah. Can you tell us, for instance, the location of where the fight took place?
Yeah, it was by Foot Locker.
By the Foot Locker.
Yeah.
In fact, you had made mention that the fight at the Foot Locker was so bad that they had to remodel it after the thing had gone down at the Lakewood Mall. Fair?
Yeah, it was turned into the World Foot Locker.
Right. You described it as mayhem that was occurring in that Foot Locker.
Yeah.
Okay.
please, Sean.
Of course.
Your Honor, I have no further, actually, sorry, let me back up. Nope, that's it. I have no further questions of this witness.
Any further questions, Mr. Cole?
Of course not.
Your Honor, I will pass the witness except for one thing. I don't think I moved before the witness, please. I don't think I moved the exhibits into evidence. I just want to be clear about that before the witness is off the stand. Which is status moving, proposed exhibit 71, 70, 65, 64 into evidence.
64, 65, 70, and 71.
That's impressive, yes.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
Thank you, then with that, no further questions.
All right, one final thing, Mr. Lee. Anybody from, any members of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, got it. Can I have the parties approach? All right, a question from one of our jurors, Mr. Lee. What did you receive multiple payments for if you gave information to Heider once?
Well, it was during, the course of the investigation and things like that. That's what it was for. During the course of the whole thing, they have different ways of, looking out for you or giving you something to try to help your situation or something like that.
Any follow-up based on that? State? Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for being with us, Mr. Lee. You are excused. You're welcome.
Bon, Tupac le truc, parce que les gars m'ont gâté mon truc. Je vais essayer de gagner. Vu que ça fait combien d'heures déjà? 3 heures, voilà. On fait du sale. Fait les trucs sont là. Il y a le Tupac d'être documentaire que je vais essayer peut-être de tester. Si ça fait du bullshit, j'arrête. Avec Franck, je sais plus qui. Comment il s'appelait encore le boy là qui fait ça? C'était le truc là de Franck, Frank Alexander. Le mec, il est mort aussi en 2008, je pense. Le garde du corps de Tupac à Détroit, dont il était le plus proche. On va regarder son documentaire. Ramassis de conneries comme du on connaît pas. Après travailler là, ça me saoule. Est-ce qu'on va mettre ça? On va mettre ça.
Assassination. If we have a homicide and we know that it was something that was planned, we're going to start interviewing people, whether it's weeks, months, or years prior, basically whatever it takes to find the inception of that plan. Whose idea was it to kill this person? Why did they want them dead? And when did they start talking about it?
Background information would be garnered, would be gathered by the lead investigator and by those helping him as to establish a motive, as to establish possible suspects. But in this situation, because the players were a little bit more notorious, were a little bit more known, the background should have already have been known.
Suge Knight was captain of the football team, and he got in trouble a little bit while he was here. He had an arrest record. He lived here for a few years and liked the town and came back and bought a place.
It's the summer of 1996. All Eyes on Me has reached quintuple platinum status. Tupac gets to see his first #1 single. His next album, to be released in November of '96, is called Machiavelli, or The 7-Day Theory. It's recorded in a record 7 days. Tupac was considered by industry leaders to be at the top of his recording game, and with over 120 unreleased master tapes, who could argue?
The first time it was made aware to me that there was a problem with Tupac and Death Row was on the set of Gridlock. Yasmin, who was Yak Fua's mom, was Tupac's assistant, and she had called me that evening and said, "I'm going to come down to the set. I need to talk to you and Kevin Hackey about some things that's going on with Pac and Death Row." She didn't go into any great details about anything, and she told us basically to step up our game and watch him.
Pac was going to start his own record label, Machiavelli Records, and I don't know if it was going to be distributed through Death Row Records or he was going to do it on his own, but it was a label that he was working on, and we was going to Outlaws, we was going to sign with that label, Machiavelli Records.
I got a call from Al Gittins. I was at home, I lived in Orange County, and Al Gittins says to me, "Hey, you need to get to the studio because Pac is trying to, take masters out of the studio. And Suge has told us that no one is to take masters from the studio anymore." He called me specifically knowing that I was Pac's bodyguard, saying, "Hey, you need to get down here, you need to talk to him, you need to calm him down. He's cussing, he's going off, he's going crazy."
Master tapes, the lifeblood of the music industry. From these original recordings, copies can be made for distribution. Master tapes are very important to an artist. Control of the master tapes means control of the revenue they generate. Tupac Shakur wanted his master tapes. If he had obtained them, it may have been trouble for Death Row Records. Recent court documents from artists who have sued Death Row in the last few years speak of a trend of Death Row holding on to master tapes. Tupac knew what he needed if he were to break away. The problem for Death Row may have been that these tapes were mortgaged. We know that Death Row had money loaned to them from Interscope. If those tapes, whose value is in the hundreds of millions of dollars, were removed from Death Row, it may have led to a break in the relationship between Death Row and Interscope. Even if we consider the royalties to be earned a secret worth lying for, consider this. At the time of his death, attorneys for Shakur's estate claim there was over $13 million owed to artists like Shakur for work already done. Not just the singer, but the technicians, board operators, musicians, all owed money. And Death Row had not paid them.
It was before he went to New York that he was thinking about starting Machiavelli Records.
No promises made to be broken. I might just buy a car and go to jail.
Don't say that.
Knight entrusted the protection of the artist to former and current police officers and fire department officials. Of course, not all of the police hired by Reggie Wright were model citizens. The arrests of David Mack and Rafael Perez showed a new level of corruption in the LA Police Department, and both were on Death Row's payroll. But not all of the bodyguards were corrupt, and surprisingly enough, not all of the bodyguards have been interviewed by Las Vegas police.
I started working with Right Way Security in September of 1995.
Yeah, I worked with Right Way Security, not with Death Row Records, and Right Way was employed by Death Row Records.
96 is when I came on, I believe. It was either late 95, November, December, or early 96.
Started working for Death Row back in 1994, and later became a bodyguard.
Michael Moore was my replacement for Pac that weekend at the MTV Awards in New York.
I was mostly a fill-in when I was starting, with Tupac. Personally, I didn't like him. I was in a limo, me and Tupac, Outlaw Immortals. We were driving around in Harlem, and the radio came on with Snoop Dogg saying that he had no beef with New York, which sent Pac into a rage. And we immediately spun the limo around, and we went back to the hotel to confront Snoop. We couldn't find him, but we found Mr. Knight. Tupac was displeased about what had happened, and Mr. Knight was very upset, and they got to yelling at each other back and forth. They confronted each other, basically to a face-to-face. I did slide in between them and said, hey, you can't do this while I'm here, or I am gonna have to step out of the room. Normally, I am asked in every situation that I can remember while working with Death Row, where there was altercations, fights, where some type of discipline was gonna be passed out during Death Row, I'm usually asked to step outside the room. But on this occasion, I think Mr. Knight had me stay for the safety of Tupac. I mean, that's the reason I was there, because I think Mr. Knight, with me not being there, he would have put his hands on him. He was that upset.
They're going to be a great witness because most of people in that position, they've been trained in that area. They have knowledge of safety procedures to keep someone safe, and they have a lot of good gut feelings about what could go wrong.
And Pac's words were, I'm gonna cut out Machiavelli, and when I cut out Machiavelli, I'm the hell up out of here. You got your money, I don't want nothing else to do with Death Row, I'm out. That's how we left that day.
There was all kinds of alleged baggage involved as far as Tupac wanting to leave Death Row Records.
He was screaming Machiavelli at the top of his lungs.
That bodyguard that was pulled off is prime to the investigation. Not only the reasons for them being pulled off, but what led up to their being pulled off and what information days prior they were privy to. You don't discount that information.
And by the time in New York, I think we had just finished doing MTV, and he had to come back to LA, I think, to do a video. And he didn't want it to go because he was like uneasy about going. He said he didn't want it to go.
Because he had told us that he was not going there with, his words, them sellout niggas.
I was told by another one of our security guards that was a bodyguard that he had escorted Pac to the airplane as they were leaving New York. And Tupac told him, specifically told him, that he was a dead man walking.
The last thing he said to me prior to leaving was, he's not going to be in Vegas, I don't have to worry about him showing up, and don't worry about it because he won't be there.
He didn't feel like he didn't want to go to Vegas. I don't even think he wanted to do the video.
I think Tupac wanted to leave, and I don't think Death Row wanted him to go.
Tupac was to attend the Mike Tyson-Bruce Seldon fight.
I arrived at Las Vegas the day before Pac did on a Friday.
September 6th, 1996.
He did not want to go to Vegas. Matter of fact, he fought off going to Vegas all the way to the last second, and when I got there, I was surprised to see him there. We met at an attorney's house.
George Kalisis.
George Kalisis was the attorney for Club 662. Kalisis was a prominent attorney in Las Vegas, known for Clark County judges who owed him money. In fact, several cases that were represented by Kalisis's firm were awarded favorable decisions, and at no time did the judges make it known that they were in literal debt to Kalisis. And on the subject of not knowing, it was a common conception that Knight owned Club 662 when he did not. Like many of the death row legends, this is also a lie.
Reggie asked me to ride with him to the meeting. I was actually going to ride with Michael Moore. He began to tell me about how he was upset at Kevin Hackey, and that Kevin Hackey had my Nextel two-way cell phone radio that should have been given to me when I arrived in Vegas.
It's huge. You know, one of the things you'll see throughout history, and even in a military assassination, is the fact that, let's take out communications. The same is true in an assassination, in the elimination of a single person. Let's make sure that they can't call for help. Let's make sure that they can't communicate with each other. If they're in trouble, why would we want them to be able to tell anyone what's actually going on?
Ask somebody Chinese, if you're watching this tape, don't just say 2 egg rolls, 2 with hot sauce. That what this say? Niggas ain't Chinese, get Chinese letters like they been somewhere and shit. You ain't ever left the block, nigga.
Let's isolate them, keep them away from their protection, take away their communication back to whoever can help them. Isolate that victim, you're going to have a more successful mission.
One cannot ignore the ability to communicate. We're in an instant communication era. And for a detective to ignore the possibility is, in my mind, ridiculous.
George Calices called the meeting at the behest of Reggie Wright Jr. All of the bodyguards were there.
Never before had we had a meeting at an attorney's office or with an attorney even present.
Reggie Wright told us not to carry any weapons. Never have they told me to leave my weapons, either in my room or my car.
So they were asking us to guard Pac and Suge and everyone else completely unarmed. We had never been told to leave our weapons.
For an attorney to do that, I don't know why.
We had a meeting at Club 662, a security meeting, because for security we had on any given weekend that we were going to be in Las Vegas with all of the artists when they were going to be performing or we were going to be at a fight, there would be 23 security members from Right Way Security. So now I'm in a situation where I'm being asked to guard Pac without any weapons or a phone.
Since I wasn't there to know what was said, I don't know what the reason was for it.
If you cannot defend yourself, you're going to be an easier target for me. You know, if you're my intended victim and you carry a gun, I have to plan completely differently than if you did not. So if I can get you to be unaware of the danger, if I can get you not to carry the gun or have any personnel with you that are armed, you're that much of an easier victim and an easier hit. That's a great part of the plan if you could accomplish that, to get rid of any firearms, because as the hitter, as the shooter, as the planner, you're protecting yourself.
It was a special meeting. He was called in to be at his office on a Saturday to meet with all of us.
Why would I leave my weapons in a vehicle or in a hotel room and I'm personally guarding Pac in one of the most hottest places to be? And what that's going to make it is a bodyguarding incident where you would be, only thing you would have on you is your person.
And Michael Moore made the biggest hoorah about the weapons.
I informed Reggie that I wasn't taking my weapon off for no one. My gun did not belong to Right Way. It was my personal gun, and I was going to carry it, and that's what I did.
Metropolitan Police in Las Vegas were on Suge Knight's payroll that night, moonlighting. And I would think that those guys who were hired by Suge and were with him that night would have been interviewed by the police. But I mean, maybe they know something. Everywhere you went, there was like this tightness that nobody wanted to, it was almost like people were afraid to talk about the case. I mean, there was a weird sort of ring around the investigation that was tough to penetrate.
I don't own, and none of the other bodyguards own, the security company. So when you're given a directive to do something, you have to follow it. And if you don't, possibly you could have, cost you your job. So if Reggie owns the security company and he tells us what we need to do, then we need to do it.
I think maybe Pac became a little bit bigger on security once he fell in love with Frank Alexander.
If I tell, like, Frankie call you, then
Frankie, is that what you said? Yeah. Frankie, yeah, tell Frankie to call me. Frankie, you call me when she tells you to call me Frankie.
Why?
Frankie goes to Hollywood. Hey, yo, Frankie. Frankie! Yo, Frankie!
He records this for me.
Why? Y'all call him Frankie?
Nah, we gonna call him Frankie.
Only our family call me that.
Shit forever now.
What y'all call him?
Frankie, now we call him Frankie. Yo, Frankie, you got him, y'all. Frankie, no. Frankie Knuckles up in this man. Frankie Knuckles.
No, what y'all call it? For real, straight up. For real.
Frank. So now the E sound real, actually, because you know Frank a little extra sexy and you know, too sexy for some sleeves.
Earlier that evening, after the meeting at the attorney's office, Reggie said, hey, Pac is back at the Lexor. I'm going to go drop you off, go meet up with him. So he dropped me off. I saw Pac and all of the outlaws. I went over, hugged him, greeted him and everything. And, Pac said, hey, Big Frank, how was your vacation, man? I was like, it's cool, man, So he had been gambling. He was actually shooting craps at the Lexor.
We had a dinner meeting, we got a lunch meeting, and thank God it's Fridays, I believe, in Las Vegas prior to the fight starting. And I was told that I'd be taken off Tupac's shirt. You put Tupac at risk when you remove one bodyguard and say, hey Frank, you handle him. So for most of the day, all this went on, and Tupac did not have a clue that's what we were doing. I was a little upset that I was taken off of him, and I got into a little argument with Reggie Wright at lunch over it. He said, Mike, I'm putting Frank back on him, and I'm taking you back off. And I said, Reggie, that part doesn't make sense. Why not leave me and Frank on Tupac? And he said, Michael Moore, do what you're told. I'm gonna put you at Club 662, and you're gonna handle the security along with Al Giddens at the club.
And, Pac is Pac. He said, hey, let's go. And we go, where are we going? He goes, we're gonna go over to the MGM. And I'm like, well, are we gonna get a cab or how are we gonna get over there? He goes, no, we're gonna walk over there.
There's plenty of times he was alone without a bodyguard. We walked in the malls without bodyguards. Pac was that type of guy, He wasn't always relying on a bodyguard. He wasn't like that.
I think the reason they removed me from Tupac is because I was one of the few people that wouldn't buy into not carrying your weapon. And during no part of that day did I take my weapon off. And Mr. Wright knew that. So they removed me off Tupac so there wouldn't be a weapon there.
So Michael Moore, myself, and all of the outlaws with Tupac walked from the Lexor to the MGM.
During our conversation on the way back from the MGM Grand, I explained to Tupac that Mr. Wright was taking me off of him earlier that day. He was a little upset. He made a couple phone calls.
We get to the MGM, again, he goes to a crap table, and the MGM was a little bit, more crowded that evening while he was gambling. He was gambling, he was winning, he was doing good. And Pac said to me, go over, call Reggie, and find out what time Suge wants to meet to go into the fight. Tupac asked me to go make the call. I didn't have a radio, I couldn't contact Reggie, so I had to go to a landline phone. So I go to call. As I went to call on a landline phone, I came back to the table, and they were all gone.
During our conversation on the way back from the MGM Grand, I explained to Tupac that Mr. Wright was taking me off of him earlier that day. And I walked him all the way to his room.
So I'm walking all over the MGM looking for him before I could even realize he isn't even in the building.
And I explained he's a real impatient person. I walked him to his room, and my understanding was he was supposed to wait there till other security got to him.
I get back over to the Lexor, and I'm looking all around for him. I'm on his phone, calling, trying to find him, and Pac walks up behind me. I'm like, Pac, where you been, man? I'm looking all over for you guys over at the MGM. He was like, oh, we walked back over here. I was ready to go.
So I went to my room, and that was actually the last. I didn't have no knowledge he was downstairs in the lobby until Frank Alexander called me and said, hey, Mike, why is Tupac down here? And I even believe on the phone, I explained to Frank, even then, I am not on Tupac. I kept trying to say that the only person that was assigned to Tupac at that time was Frank Alexander. We had an issue with our clothes. Me and Frank had on short pants that day. We needed to change our clothes to get into the right clothes for the fight. But there was some problems there because with me not really being on Tupac, the person who really needed to change his clothes was Frank.
So I called Michael Moore on the house phone and said, hey, get back down here because Pac is getting ready to want to take off and everything, and he's upset about Reggie. Have you talked to Reggie?
So we let Frank go change his clothes while I waited. Then Frank changed his clothes, came back and picked up on Pac, and then I went back to my room. To this day, I believe that Tupac was under the impression that I was going to be going to the MGM Grand with him. But that wasn't the case. When I went to my room, I knew in my heart I wasn't coming back because I had been instructed to go to Club 662, and that's what I did. He got a little upset because now that I think back on it, he said he's paying for this shit and that he is telling us where we're going. I remember him saying that real loud that day in the lobby, that I'm paying for you, you go where I say go. And then I said, Frank, you need to make a phone call to Reggie.
And Pac said, Michael, come over to the MGM and meet us over there.
Tupac even called Reggie and had Frank get in touch with Reggie to find out where Michael Moore was at. So the problem was festering, and I knew something wasn't right. So when I went to my hotel room, I told Tim Williams, something is not right here, Tim. What we have to do is find out what's going on. So I said, let me go downstairs and I'll change clothes and I'll work with Tupac until Reggie says something. Tim said, Mike, don't do it. He goes, you're gonna piss Reggie off, don't do it. I go, Tim, Frank's gonna need some help. He said, don't do it. Just get dressed and go to the club. I think Frank had no idea that I received them 4 phone calls prior to Tupac getting killed.
While we were at the MGM out in the arena right there waiting to go in, I had the regular security escort us behind the line.
3 of the phone calls came from Mr. Wright, and 1 phone call came from Al Giddens, who was also head of 662 security. And I asked him, I go, Al, why are you calling my room at 10 after 8 if I'm not supposed to be there at 10? And his answer was, Reggie just called me and told me to call you. I said, well, don't call me no more. And then after that, all my phone calls came directly from Mr. Wright.
People saw Pac, they were, Tupac, that's Tupac, and we're waiting for Michael Moore to show up. At that point in time, I had lost all communication with Michael Moore. I didn't know whether he was coming, what was going on, or anything.
I think there was a reason for that. And I think the reason was making sure that no one carried a weapon.
Pac was real antsy. He was like, where's Suge? Where comes Suge in here? He's looking at the time and stuff, and it's getting closer for the fight to start at this point. People are going in.
Well, we got down to the MGM, right in the front of it, right where the fight was at, and I was getting ready to get out of the car. I rode with Tim Williams over there. He goes, Mike, what are you doing? I said, Tim, I should just get out. Because if Reggie yells at me, and I'm covering Tupac, how bad can that be? Well, at the last second, I decided to just stay in the car. I went to Club 662.
Tupac and Alexander are alone in a crowd with no radio or weapon.
I think this needs to be let out. To me, that's the beginning of our downfall.
Suge got there with a couple of people that was with him, whoever it was that had the tickets, and we went in to the fight right as the national anthem was playing.
Tupac was to attend the Mike Tyson-Bruce Seldon fight, Vegas's 22nd highest earning fight of all time. The Tyson fight ended in 109 seconds. Tyson won by a knockout.
Again, when we talk about the shooters and everything else, you're going to talk about the defense of the shooter to escape after the hit. Now, that defense of that shooter doesn't take place just when the hit occurs. It takes place afterwards too. And if I can shift blame to someone else, put someone else in a place where they look like they had motive and they had opportunity to make this hit, and it takes the blame off of me, that adds to my defense.
In April of 1996, I got a phone call from Reggie one day, and he was telling me that Trayvon, one of the homeboys that hung around the studio, was one of Suge's guys, is what I call him, got into a altercation in the Lakewood Mall in California. And it was at a Foot Locker store. And he went into this Foot Locker, Orlando Anderson was in there, and Death Row, people from Death Row, the artists and all of the homeboy securities, whatever you want to call them, they wore this Death Row emblem of the the guy in the electric chair, everybody knows the emblem. Orlando Anderson went up to Trevon and snatched off his emblem, his chain, and they got into this fight in the Lakewood Mall. And they tore up this Foot Locker, where the store that they were in. One thing led to another. Ironically, in September, Orlando Anderson is the gentleman that Tupac got into the altercation with at the MGM.
Orlando Anderson is leaning up at a wall watching people come out of the fight. And this is near the food court. And the bank of elevators is where this happened. And then you walk to the lobby, through the casino up at Edmonton lobby. And it always struck me as that whole thing struck me as odd. And they let him go.
Okay.
He did not have a ticket to the fight. He did tell people at one point and told the police that he had a ticket, but he didn't have a ticket. He did not attend the fight. He's from Compton, had no reason to be in Las Vegas.
Trevon whispered into Tupac's ear right after we walked out of the Mike Tyson fight. And Pac took off running. I took off running behind him. The rest of the entourage ran behind us.
Maybe that was a setup. I mean, he was standing there waiting and waiting for somebody, and then Tupac shows up, and they.
C'est quand même du farfelu, hein. Je vais être très sincère avec vous. Le truc du documentaire géré par le Frank Alexander là, que j'avais vu, j'ai vu ça il y a plus de 15 ans, plus de 20 ans. C'est quand même un peu aussi trop de trucs farfelus. Je crois à un moment donné, ils ont parlé du FBI et tout, le complot du gouvernement, des trucs, alors que non, c'était juste la nègre qui dit, il racontait des trucs d'organisation, de je ne sais que quoi. Et tu avais comme ça, peut-être tous les 2 ans, 3 ans, un documentaire sur on a de nouvelles révélations sur la mort de Tupac, de nouveaux trucs sont sortis. Cette époque-là, c'était l'époque où le nom de Tupac, c'était la conspiration sur conspiration. Là. Ça me faisait trop rire. Enfin, avec le recul, ça m'a tellement fait. Alors que le truc était simple. Juste une négrerie. Le boy a boxé. Le neveu du Kifidi, là, et tout, parce qu'il avait arraché la chaîne d'un des membres du gars. Et ça a fait la retaliation. C'est tout. Et le mec, quand ils ont une retaliation, c'est tout. Tout. Ils sont partis. Te fais des documents. Les docus là, c'était des docus de cons. C'était chacun qui voulait manger sur le nom de Tupac à l'époque là. Il faisait des docus. Je me rappelle aussi. Après ça a été son père biologique là. C'est Garland ou je sais plus quoi là. Comment il s'appelle encore le père biologique? Garland. C'était Garland ou je sais plus quoi. Je sais comment il s'appelait là, son père, Billy Garland. Après c'est son père qui est venu faire aussi à l'époque un documentaire parce qu'il avait reconnu. Bon, l'histoire est un peu encore compliquée et tout là pour. Sa mère avait menti que son père était parti alors que son père ne savait même pas que c'était son père. Il était venu le rendre visite en prison. C'était un ancien chauffeur des Black Panthers, du Garland et tout. Il avait une famille déjà de l'autre côté et tout. C'est après que sa mère lui a révélé un peu qu'il avait menti, blablabla, Billy Garland. Voilà. Il a fait aussi son docu. Et tout, en disant, il y avait un moment donné, je pense qu'il a dit que non, j'ai essayé de réunir Tupac et Biggie en disant arrêtez vos côtés. Chacun s'est fait manger son argent sur le nom du boy là. Des documentaires, le documentaire là, ça fait partie des documentaires fous où on raconte toutes sortes de n'importe quoi pour se faire de l'argent sur le gamin là. Après ça, non, parce que son nom était trop rentable. C'est ça après ça, non. C'était ça, c'est docu. Il y en a eu comme ça une centaine. Et j'ai regardé la plupart d'entre eux. Donc là, c'est juste par fantaisie que mes heures pour avoir mes heures parce que je voulais pas supporter je voulais faire un truc très long, très sérieux, très truc et tout avec le documentaire, parler pas à pas et après revenir sur la discussion. Mais j'ai dit, ils m'ont cassé l'heure là, moi je vais faire seulement du bullshit pour gagner mes heures.
Started exchanging words with his entourage and everybody else.
Là, c'est juste de la fantaisie.
And yelling and doing these silly things. But
science-fiction sur
it was odd that I keep saying odd, but the whole thing is odd.
And that's where the altercation, a fight broke out between Tupac and Orlando Anderson.
I think Orlando Anderson's the beating doesn't make sense. I mean, he was kicked and stomped a little bit, and police didn't do anything. They didn't even take him downstairs. The police didn't or security take Orlando downstairs, at the MGM to talk to him about that beating. He just said no, he didn't want to press charges, and they sent him on his merry way.
Now, I never knew who Orlando Anderson was. It's just like kind of, funny, ironic, whatever you want to call it, that from April to September, why would Reggie have told me about Trayvon getting into this fight at the Foot Locker in Lakewood Mall with Orlando Anderson? Then here we are, a few months later, Pac gets into the same fight with Orlando Anderson at the MGM, and then everything just went from there.
Detective Tim Brennan of the Compton Police Department was the first to bring Orlando Anderson's name to the front of the assassination. This affidavit, in support of a search warrant, specifies that Anderson was the likely shooter of Shakur. The shooting was in retaliation for the beating of Anderson at the MGM earlier that evening. Anderson's beating was, in turn, alleged payback for the Lakewood Mall fight that Reggie Wright told Alexander about some time earlier.
And then everything just went from there.
Planned out. I'm sure there were variations, but yeah, Orlando Anderson looks a little staged. It looks a little planned out. It all looks as if they were trying to find a killer they could point out afterward.
Brennan testifies.
Trayvon, en disant que non, c'était planifié. Le truc, c'était les soutiens qui ont planifié même la bagarre pour que. Des conneries. Des conneries, tu connais. Oh, et quand je pensais que les gens y croyaient, c'est des conneries, frère. Des conneries, du complotisme. Et il fallait comprendre un peu, quand ces documents sortaient sur le net à cette époque-là, c'est-à-dire qu'il y avait un côté, Internet, comme je disais souvent même hier sur cette network, Internet dit la vérité. Internet dit la vérité. Si tu dis conneries, tous ces conneries. C'est que des conneries. Il y a un truc qui est des complotisme à la con. Donc le truc était simple.
Is the person making the clearest and first claim that Anderson was the shooter. Trayvon is said to be telling people within hours of the shooting that Orlando Anderson is the one who shot Tupac. This is the same Trayvon who had the fight with Anderson in Lakewood, and the same one who instigated the fight at the MGM. If Trayvon's statement was to be believed by Brennan's affidavit, enough to justify the documentation of it, did Trayvon actually see Anderson in the car? The only way for Trayvon to have known that fact would have been to see the face of the shooter. So why wasn't he identified to police as an eyewitness? Whatever the case, in the face of the mounting physical evidence collected by Compton police, Anderson is not charged. Was Orlando Anderson a patsy? He can't tell us. He was killed 2 years later, claiming his innocence to the death. Later, it's learned that Trayvon was in the car that pinned Tupac's car from the left side on the street, blocking any escape when the shooting occurred.
They're setting someone else to take up the blame for their action. That's also a very ingenious part of the plan to be able to do that, is the fact that now not only can I take out my intended victim, but I can make it look like somebody else had the same motive and opportunity to do the same act.
And why go to all that trouble to stage this kind of event? Certainly Anderson could have been dealt with more discreetly. Knight went to prison over a beating, a parole violation. But in the poker game of crime, 9 years beats life. It also plays towards setting up the final alibi and cover story.
Once again, we're going back to an element of the planning. Where are they going to be? Where are you going to plan your hit? Now, you're going to look for an optimum target. I mean, you're going to look for the perfect place. And you're going to make sure that that victim travels across that place. You're not going to want it to be where there's just throngs of public or cars, or where you can't get close or things such that. You're going to want it maybe to be a little bit more isolated, or you're going to want it to not be an exact place to give you maximum exposure for a shot. You're going to want them to be a target, not a hidden target, a target. And if you can get them to a spot or crossing a path where you already have people in place, you know, it's going, your plan's going to fall into place, so to speak, and you're going to have that shot availability to you.
Keep in mind, where the actual shooting happened isn't as full of pedestrian traffic as it would be out on the strip. The shooting happened off the strip. A lot of people think it was right on the main drag, and it wasn't. And you don't have the foot traffic where this happened that you do where people cruise.
I mean, the strip is going to be crazy, but it's actually stop and go. You can't go fast on the strip on a Saturday fight night. So you're going to hit the strip from the backside, coming up near Mandela Bay from the south end and driving up that way. You hang a ride on Koval and boom, you're about out of hell and gone and off the radar. I mean, that street actually, Koval Lane, is dark at night.
You've got to know where they're at, where they're going to be, who they're going to be surrounded by. You're going to have a way to get that type of information. An innocent individual that comes in to protect someone, and he's totally set up. His communications are denied, his weapons are denied. Frank was set up.
We went to Suge Knight's home first. Suge changed clothes. After that, we're driving back from where he lived at in Green Valley in Las Vegas. We're going down Las Vegas Boulevard.
Another crucial part of your planning is going to be whether or not your victim is aware that he's in danger. If your victim is aware that he's in danger, he's going to make sure that his defense perimeter is there, that his defense is in place. If he's not aware that he's in danger, his guard's going to be let down a little.
As we're going down the strip, just before we got to Tropicana, a couple of bicycle cops stopped Suge. He opened up his trunk, and there was nothing in there. It was a brand new car. He got back in the car. We proceeded to go down to Flamingo. We turned right on Flamingo. As we turned right and we're sitting at the light on Flamingo of Flamingo and Koval, the white Cadillac then pulled up and the arm came out and fired the rounds from the back of the BMW into the side of the BMW, hitting Tupac.
Well, looking at the diagram and considering that we have a stoplight and we have an entourage, which is not good for security. I would say that if this car were not in the lead car, that would still give the middle car an avenue of escape. Then you have the car with the person in it, and then you have their backup. What also I see is this car in the left-hand turn lane, or to the left of the entourage.
Obviously, there was talk about 4 young ladies in a car that were talked to. Again, they were evasive. They didn't want to say anything much at the time.
This appears to be blocking the middle car from pulling over in case of emergency or case of accident. But I'll tell you what, this happens all the time in the Middle East, and this is typical of your assassinations in Colombia, your assassinations in some other countries, to where the car targeted is blocked in from going left because the other car that pulls up to the right completes the quadrant, completes the silhouette of blocking the middle car in. There's no place for the middle car to go. The middle car is blocked in by the lead car, is blocked in by the car to the left, and is finally blocked in by the right car, which appears to be the shooter in this incident.
When I saw the white Cadillac pulling up to Tupac and Suge, you know, I mean, it was no different than any other car that was going to come up to a red light and, stop. Only thing different about the Cadillac pulling up is that I noticed that it was getting a little bit closer to the car. No alarm, because there was, other cars pulling up to him and, Tupac, the groupie kind of situation.
It's obvious that its intent is to block the middle car from going forward, this car left, and then finally the shooter to the right. It was sitting duck.
came out, fired into the BMW, and myself and the 3 outlaws that was in the car with me, we are just in awe. And it looked as if everything was in slow motion. I mean, as clear as me sitting here right now talking about it, my memory will always remember. And the way I visioned it was in slow motion, even still now.
While I was working at 662, I heard something over the Nextels that we all carried for security. And what I heard was, got him.
No, that's news to me. The only phones I know of, I think, are all through AT&T.
These radios that we keep talking about, the Nextel telephones, two-way radios, they had pretty much just come into play, because originally all we had were the regular radios, just the radio itself, and probably closer to around the time of us coming out to Las Vegas, around the time frame of Pac being killed, I would say that those Nextel phone radios had just come into play for right-way security. There was only, it's a guess, there was probably only 4 or 5 of them. Okay, but it was enough to go around to the people that mattered that should have had them.
The Nextel information is news.
The Voice was definitely one of our security that works directly for Mr. Knight.
Michael Moore, the night that Tupac was shot, after being taken off of Tupac with me, went back over to Club 662.
Maybe the police should have concentrated more on death row, the Nextel phone bills, and other things that could have helped them investigate it more in depth. I would definitely look more at death row than I would look at Mr. Anderson. And that's from what I've gathered when I was at New York, what I heard Pac tell Suge Knight, and what I heard over that radio that night after the shots were fired.
They got word that Tupac and Suge had been shot. So Michael was with Reggie, and they went to the hospital together. And Michael talks about hearing something over the radio. Well, he would have heard it over Reggie's radio, because he wouldn't have had a radio that night.
Right before me and Mr. Wright got in the vehicle to go get to the hospital, someone else came on the radio and said, hey, don't say nothing over the radio.
That communication, however obtained, either through search warrant or otherwise, needs to be gathered, because how can you tell a conspiracy if you don't have the conspirators? And you don't have the communication between the people that are actually running the conspiracy.
You've got to know a timeline of the individual who is your target. You've got to know where they're at, where they're going to be, who they're going to be surrounded by. And the second thing is, following that timeline, knowing when there is, you're going to have to plan according to that.
Mr. Wright and I were talking about what had happened, and I just clearly heard somebody say, don't say that over the radio. But the person who said it was not Homeboy Security, nor was it one of our security guards. It was, to me, would be like a stranger. Someone, and the person that said that was Caucasian, definitely not African American.
Nextel sold a push-to-talk feature, which was essentially a walkie-talkie over a cell phone line. With it, conversations could be transmitted via speakerphone. This was how Moore heard the conversation on Wright's cell phone. But was this a random broadcast meant for a wider audience, with Moore and Wright only passive listeners? That's possible now. But what about in 1996? We asked the Sprint Nextel Corporation to comment on the ability to communicate with a group on the push-to-talk feature.
My name is Jack Flans. I'm a communications manager for Sprint Nextel. Group talk for the push-to-talk product was not available in 1996 as it is now.
So if a Nextel radio broadcast had to be a point-to-point conversation, and Moore hears the message over Wright's Nextel, then only one conclusion remains. Someone with immediate knowledge of the kill called Wright directly.
Right after the car sped off, I jumped out of the car and I ran up to the back of the BMW. As I was approaching the BMW, as I got about to the trunk, the car did a U-turn. There's absolutely no way I thought that car was moving, because with all of the rounds that went through that car, they were dead.
You know, one of the other elements of planning that's sometimes used and sometimes not is how can we cover up the hit itself? Can we make this look like an accident, or can we make this look like a random act? Because the best thing an assassin can do is to make it look like it was a random act of violence, that it was not an assassination at all.
When the car did a U-turn, the other cars that was with us in the entourage, the car that was in front of Suge and the car that was next to Suge, all did a U-turn.
2 bike cops who were in the parking garage right above, on the second floor of the parking garage above the shooting, hear bang, bang, bang. They jump on their bikes, you know, take their bikes downstairs, and boom, they're on the scene immediately, so quickly that they're able to follow and then hit their little shoulder radios that, you know, there's been a shooting at Koval and Flamingo.
Got back over to the Las Vegas Boulevard, turned left on Las Vegas Boulevard as he's jumping mediums. He's blowing his tires, you know, messed up his rims and all of that, as pictures show. With this crime scene tape being put around this car, and it happened so fast, like I can't even believe how fast it was. This tape was up as myself and the Outlaws and the other 2 guys, which was, you know, with Suge, tried to go into the tape, the crime scene tape. We were told not to, and they, at that point in time, put us down on the curb, put us down in a prone position, and I said to the one cop that I was the bodyguard, and he allowed me to come in. When I got up under the tape, and Suge was laying on the ground in a you know, prone position, and I told the cop, I said, he's the CEO of the record label, and that's Tupac in the car. That's when Suge, they let him up off the ground, and Suge and I ran around to the passenger side of the car with the cop, and we were all trying to open the door. And the cop, Suge said, it's my car, I know how to open the door, you know, whatever. So he opened the door, and that's when, you know, pulled Pac out of the car and laid him on the ground.
You have the preliminary crime scene, which has been cordoned off, and usually your forensics are there by now, your paramedics are there by now, everyone is at the preliminary crime scene.
And yet both cops, 2 bicycle cops, not one of them stays at the scene. Both of them leave the scene.
The victim's vehicle was 2 to 3 vehicles back from the intersection. The Cadillac pulled up immediately beside them, stopped, and opened fire.
Where the car broke down at, there's all of the cops were right there, and there was a lieutenant, and he walked over to me, and we were talking, and I said, that's not the car. It was a white car over there already. It was like a Nissan or something like that, and he was saying that was the car, and I said, that's not the car. I said, that's not the car. It was a white Cadillac, and he was telling me, you don't know what you're talking about. Shut up.
And we are looking for a suspect vehicle which was described as a white or off-white Cadillac, newer model Cadillac.
And then another cop walked over to him and said something to him, and he just turned and walked away from me.
It amazes me that when we have professional bodyguards as part of this entourage, that they can't even give us an accurate description of the vehicle.
Kevin Manning from Las Vegas PD, he said that no bodyguard could accurately give a description of the white Cadillac. Well, I am the one that said that there was a white Cadillac.
So right now it appears that the gunshots were fired from the suspect vehicle only, again, which is described as a white or light colored newer Cadillac.
Suspect vehicles that have left the scene at a high rate of speed that would draw attention to them. If there are vehicles noted by the witnesses, the preliminary officers and the sergeant, our supervisor on the scene, would issue an all-points bulletin describing the vehicle.
There are helicopters available, and police headquarters is downtown, which isn't very far. It's just a couple of miles away from where the shooting took place. They could have dispatched almost immediately. I'm sure some were on call almost immediately. If not news cameras, news crews could have been in the air.
And our standards operating procedure, or procedure that we follow, is basically that. If we have a witness came forward and say, I saw this, it was this type of vehicle, the first thing we're going to do is get on the radio and start having every agency in the area look for that vehicle. Put out the word, this is what we're looking for, this is a vehicle of interest that could be considered armed and dangerous. Let's find this vehicle, because that is a huge, huge piece of the puzzle that we need to put in place.
It just didn't feel like a typical murder investigation. I mean, my God, the biggest man in rap, was killed, and yet they were acting you know, I hate to use this word, but it felt lackadaisical.
This is the vehicle one. This was the last direction of travel that we were that is known to us.
They could have closed I-15. They could have, I mean, they'll close for an accident, not even leave a small accident, not even leave a lane open for motorists. So it's not like they're worried about the motorist. They could have closed I-15. They could have closed the strip. They could have walled the place off. You had Nevada Highway Patrolmen on extra duty. You had Metro Police on overtime working. It's a Tyson fight.
Being intent on looking for that particular vehicle, on sitting on the side of the road, waiting for that vehicle to drive past them. But at the same time, you give the description, the direction of travel that you know of, you're going to have many agencies start to look for that particular.
Oui, je sais pas, yo, Trimza, salut à toi Trimza.
Particular vehicle to cover those roadways.
At state line, the Nevada Highway Patrol has a...
Ici, c'était dit que c'était les anciens gars du code des routes qui ne travaillaient plus là-bas. Qui venaient chialer que, oh, en fait, c'est ceux qui a dû faire le C'était les gars qui n'étaient plus là que de travailler, qui faisaient oh, Soudina nous a pas payé.
An office that's manned. And so all they would have to do is radio 30 to 40 minutes away. That's how long it would take to get to the state line. They could have roadblocked that thing so fast it wouldn't have been funny.
Man, I don't think the police really care, to be honest with you. I don't think nobody really cares.
Las Vegas Metropolitan Police also has a sub-office.
Okay.
At the airport. So the airport police, Metro Police, already on the scene at the airport, could have been on alert for, the shooter coming out of there too.
Whether it's some type of diversion tactic to take their attention away, to let them drop their guard for a moment, up into the point of how you're going to get out there after they hit.
Now, them looking for the Cadillac and doing the things that they should have done to find that Cadillac, obviously they weren't fast enough and didn't get, to finding it because it was never found.
Compton police claim to have identified this Cadillac as the shooter's vehicle. It was a rental car, the only white Cadillac rented in Los Angeles that weekend. Las Vegas police claimed they never received that information.
Because obviously, you gotta understand, I came into this call, in fact, I was woke up to go do the investigation.
The protocol for the preliminary investigators at a crime scene are to gather as many witnesses as possible. If a witness is not cooperative, then they should be placed under arrest for that moment as a material witness or hindering an investigation of a police officer.
Those guys are sitting right next to each other and they're talking to each other. And you never have witnesses to a crime sit there and sit with each other. You isolate them, you take them to a holding cell, put them in different cells. They've got rooms especially for that.
But the prime players, the secondary level players, they should be all isolated so as not to experience misinformation effect or to give false information or to congeal their information into one witness.
When the detectives arrived, and Detective Becker at the time was the homicide detective on the case, he took us individually one at a time into his car and started talking to us. As he was trying to talk to us and to get answers, I'm not speaking for everyone, but I'm going to speak for myself, that I was in a clear state of mind to answer him, period. Because all of this stuff is running through my head.
Frank Alexander, who was Tupac's bodyguard, who was driving the car behind him, was someone we interviewed.
I just saw my friend get shot, and not only him being my friend, I'm the bodyguard I'm supposed to be protecting him, and I couldn't do anything. You know, no one would have been able to do anything, but the fact is, myself nor anyone else were in a frame of mind to answer any kind of questions at that particular point in time.
Again, people were evasive, didn't want to say much of anything. They didn't see anything. They aren't going to, they aren't telling us everything that they know.
And it was basically the police talking as if they were at the mercy of the people who were witnesses to the case. So, well, they won't talk to us, and Suge Knight won't talk to us. We haven't talked to him yet. He won't return our calls.
I was never interviewed by any of the police agencies, the FBI, nor Las Vegas PD, and I found that to be a little strange because for the last week, I was with Tupac, and I didn't get a single question from anyone about what I thought, what my theory was on what happened, nor about the Nextel phones where I heard the conversation that said, God.
No interviews. This is my first any kind of interview.
It was the DA's office, but by no any other federal agencies, no.
These people should be isolated and transported, whether they wanted to or not, to the police station because they're material witnesses.
He's going to have to make some very difficult choices. One of those difficult choices, does he want to put his freedom on the line not to cooperate? In other words, are we going to have to take him into custody for obstructing an investigation? We're going to need to take him back and do what we need to do to interview him.
Bodyguards, because of their association and close association to whom they're guarding, they're privy to things being said, things being seen that they may normally keep to themselves, but in this situation could actually lead to an identification of a suspect or suspects. So bodyguards are a prime source of information.
So I don't know how you can say, how the police can say that that's not cooperation when they weren't even approached, they're just sitting in the waiting room.
And if they're willing to give information, then a detective who neglects going for that information is losing a lot of valuable leads in this type of investigation.
I was there in Vegas when he was shot.
It doesn't matter whether you're bodyguards or you're a housemaid or you're a butler, you're privy to information, which is crucial, and you may keep it to yourself. But at a certain juncture, these things become paramount. These things become crucial. The conversations that are overheard, the conversations that are had, need to come forward.
Because this was the first time I ever dealt with any kind of music industry case like this, and it was a learning curve for me as far as how everything was done, and it was very confusing to me how things were kind of just done haphazardly. Yafufula was a name that a lot of people have thrown back in our faces, that we were derelict in doing things. Yafufula was interviewed the night of the shooting. Yafufula gave a statement. People say we never interviewed him. He was interviewed. And the big thing is everybody says that he said he could identify the shooter. No, he did not. He never said that to us. He said he might be able to identify the driver. That is what he said. We tried to re-interview him. The problem was, this is a big country. People go wherever, we don't have tracking devices on them. So we have to depend on people that we know we can get in touch with to try and reach out to them. Malcolm Green said he could identify the shooter. We finally tracked him down to set up a re-interview. And he says, I'm not going to look at any photos because I can't identify him. Yeah, we got beat up in the LA Times over that. And I'm thinking, okay, put up or shut up, Ace. And, well, but again, Reggie Wright Jr. is the one that brought him to that interview.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. The great and powerful Oz has spoken.
You know very little about Marion Suge Knight's partner in business. There are no pictures of this man circulating on the internet. He's a man in the shadows. That man's name is Reginald Wright Jr. Reggie Wright Jr. was clearly at the middle of the entire orchestration of the assassination, to be sure. However, one must look at the other elements that would have been involved. Reggie Wright Jr. was a former Compton police officer. His record as a police officer was short and unremarkable.
Reggie Wright used to work for Compton PD, yes. I know he had some type of medical retirement running Right Way Security. He was not working for Compton PD.
I have no relationship with Reggie Wright at this time, nor do I plan to.
My impression, my opinion of Reggie Wright Jr. was he's employed by Death Row Records to do a certain job. He's going to do what his employer has him do. He's going to divulge what they want released to the police and withhold things that maybe they don't want released.
Reggie is not honest, and I want to leave it at that.
One of Reggie's problems was that Reggie didn't have the executive protection background that we all had. But the difference between, I would say, the team and myself and Frank is Frank and I would speak up about it. We would say, hey, Reggie, you should do it this way, and this is why. Or you should do it this way, and this is why. I think he was so busy being the boss that his employees couldn't tell him how or what to do, when all we were trying to do was educate him a little bit in how you do this or how you do that regarding executive protection matters. And it was kind of sad to us because, like Frank said, we had such a tight team that Mr. Wright and us could have gone places. We could have did a lot of things. We could have made a lot of money together, but he was too busy not wanting to be educated per se on particular issues that we were well experienced in that he was not. But if it seemed as if myself or Frank were trying to tell him, what he could or couldn't do, then he wasn't hearing it, and that was the end of that. So there was a lot that we never got done that we could have gotten done professionally.
I guess the way to sum Reggie up is he was just selfish.
His childhood friendship with Knight was one part of the attraction. But he had one asset that made a relationship with him even more attractive: his father. Reggie Wright Sr. was on the Compton Police Department's gang detail and is still employed by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Unlike the notorious reputation of his son, Reggie Wright Sr. has remained a well-respected and revered member of the Compton police scene. His father's status as a conduit to the gang population may have given Reggie Jr. a unique first-hand relationship with the same gang leaders that knew his father.
If that's not a conflict of interest, I've never heard one.
Suge Knight, also from Compton, may have seen the opportunity to use Wright's network to his advantage. He would know. He grew up there. A shrewd business move indeed.
In my opinion, Reggie Wright Sr. should have excluded himself from the investigation immediately because it's an obvious conflict of interest. And it was a mistake not to do that. The fact that Reggie Wright Sr. and Reggie Wright Jr. are involved in this case, in my mind at least, creates a classic conflict of interest. And it's something that anyone looking at this case, I think, should be aware of.
I was told that normally Tupac wore body armor in public. He wasn't doing that.
And the way it was put to me is that I guess he was told not to wear it. I don't know why.
Could Reggie Wright make that sort of call and use death row resources for that effort? Apparently so. In these court documents, we learn that Wright was not only the acting general manager for death row, but was also agent of record for death row records.
You're suing a corporation, at least in the state of Ohio, and I think just about every other jurisdiction, you have to have some person to serve process on, and that person, and again, in the state of Ohio, is someone that's designated, and the record is on file at the Secretary of State's office as to the person who the service would be placed upon.
These lawsuit transcripts also show that Wright had the authority of managing witnesses and financial arrangements on Knight's behalf. We also know that Wright had the off-duty police departments of Los Angeles, Compton, and Las Vegas at his disposal. If this seems to be a lot of responsibility and power, consider the fact that Wright was in charge of security for death row's most valuable asset at the time. Shakur was killed while Wright was in charge, and he was given a promotion when most security agents would not have a job. Or was he always in charge, just under Suge Knight? We now know that Reggie lied to Knight, including what happened that night and his own instruction.
But I'm going to add something to that. We were also instructed to lie by Reggie Wright to Suge. And the reason we were instructed to lie was because Reggie Wright told us not to carry any weapons. Suge called a meeting. All the artists were instructed to come to this meeting, and certain security was invited, and I happened to be one of them. But prior to going into the meeting with Suge and all the artists from Death Row, Reggie met with us out front in his own meeting and instructed us to say certain things. And when I got into the meeting, it was a meeting the meeting was basically about what happened. And the artists were drilling security about what methods we had used and what were some of our tactics.
At that time, Suge wasn't even aware that I was still doing security. Reggie had taken me to another job that he was doing at a church, securing a church up in Inglewood from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
I looked around and no one said it. No one was speaking up for security. So I seen it was more, and I've been in these type of meetings before, even at the fire station. It's almost like similar to a political type meeting of far the higher, of what was going on. So I was one of the few people that spoke up and said, wait a minute, we were instructed not to carry weapons. And none of the artists knew that. They didn't know we were instructed not to carry weapons that day. And it looked like Reggie wasn't going to say that information to them. So I spoke up and said, no, we were instructed not to carry weapons that day. And that's why no one in security, with probably at the exception of me, had a weapon.
So Suge wasn't even aware that I was still working with Right Way. I remember Michael asking me, or telling me that Reggie had told Suge that I was no longer working with Right Way Security. And I would have wondered what he would have done or how he would have felt to have known that I was still working for Right Way all the way up until the end of November.
The fact that Reggie Wright Sr. is a police lieutenant who apparently was involved in this case is the father of Reggie Wright Jr., who, as I understand it, was the head of security for Death Row Records, creates a huge conflict of interest. And the fact that that the elder, Mr. Wright, is referred to in the affidavit for the search warrant, I think in some ways would taint that search warrant. At a minimum, it should have been brought out in the body of that affidavit for the search warrant, the relationship between the parties. It would have been helpful for the judge reviewing that application or affidavit for a search warrant to know that.
The greatest lie the devil ever told was, he doesn't exist.
Oh, I was regularly, contacting the police, and I had sources within the police department saying, hey, they don't want this thing to go to trial. all these gangster rappers would come to town. It would be bad publicity for Metro, and for the city it would be bad for tourism, and I guess justice comes second to tourism, but at least that's what I was being told from within, and these are sources, but basically it was buttoned up at the police department. They would talk to me, but they would tell me nothing. Now, Compton got involved because they brought detectives there and handed a Crips member to them who they thought had information, and Las Vegas police didn't interview him. They talked to him casually, hi, how you doing, that sort of thing, but they didn't formally interview him and did not name him a suspect and let him go into the night.
A man once said that people will believe a big lie sooner than a little one, and if you repeat the lie frequently enough, people will sooner or later believe it. That man was Adolf Hitler. This is an affidavit, a sworn statement written as a matter of record. It contains facts and sworn testimony. This affidavit was used to secure a search warrant in which 22 arrests were made.
As far as the affidavit and the officer's style of preparing it, some of them are narrative, and some of them are a little bit more factually based with bullet points. It's pretty much up to the police officer as to how he wants to style, he or she wants to style the affidavit for the search warrant. But the bottom line is they have to swear that those facts are true. And judges, when they're signing search warrants, the search warrants that I signed when I was a judge, more often than not, it'd be at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning. And you read it carefully, and you question those officers. But at the end of the day, the judge signing that search warrant, yeah, he's got to trust the officer. He's got to trust that what's contained in the affidavit is correct, and what's contained in the affidavit is truthful. And if at some point down the road it's found to be not truthful or not correct, the fruits of that search that was born from the affidavit and the search warrant can be suppressed.
It began before dawn. The crime suite involved 300 officers, 10 agencies, including the FBI, at more than 37 locations in the Compton, Linwood, and Long Beach areas. Compton police say the arrests were for local crimes in connection with 12 shootings that occurred in the city of Compton that resulted in 3 deaths. But officers did reveal there could be a link to the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur.
Our investigation revealed that some of the motivation for the shootings that occurred in Compton may be in retaliation for the events that transpired in Las Vegas.
In this affidavit, 2 important myths are spawned: the Orlando Anderson shooter myth and the East Coast-West Coast myth. This affidavit relies heavily on the statements of confidential informants, who can neither be named nor verified as to their existence. Police often use informants to help investigations move, but informant information can be considered unreliable.
Many times in search warrants, police officers are relying on confidential and what they refer to as reliable informants. In the body of the affidavit for the search warrant, it has to be spelled out why they believe these people that they believe as confidential informants, why that they've used them in the past and that they've been reliable in the past. So search warrants have to be supported by affidavits sworn to by the police officers.
On September 8, 1996, Suge Knight does not go to his home to rest. Instead, he does a strange thing. He leaves town. Trayvon also leaves town. Suge Knight and Trayvon go back to L.A. Their goal, start a cover story at the gang war.
Unless the story's written to try to get, if somebody else is driving it, someone who's behind the murder is driving the story and feeding this over to the LA Times to steer the investigation in another direction.
It wasn't only the Compton police that were interested in the identity of Anderson. Somehow, Anderson was pegged by someone to not only be the shooter, but a shooter with rival gang affiliations different from that of Shakur and Death Row. This caused a gang conflict to flare right after the shooting. 5 people died and 11 others were wounded in shootings, all started by a rumor. On September 11, 1996, Knight returns to Las Vegas, but not without Compton police recovering a mysterious duffel bag with Southwest Airlines tags on it, some guns, and a box of .40 caliber shells. The bag did not belong to Orlando Anderson, and it takes a bit of logic jumping to make any connection to Anderson at all, save the unknown and unverifiable confidential informants.
Prosecuting cases where confidential informants are involved is always a difficult process because courts will bend over backwards, judges will bend over backwards to protect the identity of those informants. In some cases, on a specified showing, the identity of the informant can be revealed, but informants, whether you agree with the concept of using them or not, are, in this day and age, a very big part of the system, and judges will bend over backwards to protect their identity, so police officers can use them in the future. But from a prosecutor's point of view, it can be problematic.
Brennan goes on to mention that on September 16, 1996, there was a meeting between Compton police and Las Vegas detectives. Eager to share what they found and their likely suspect, they learned that a .40 caliber shell was found at the shooting scene. They also learned that the weapon was thought to be a Glock. Within 3 days, Compton PD wins the informant lottery, finding an informant who just so happens to know that Orlando Anderson had a Glock 40. Now remember, there was no mention of a Glock in the cache of weapons recovered from that mysterious duffel bag.
Now, there were so many holes in the story. I always say the truth makes sense. Other things don't make sense, and you can find holes, and that thing was just rife with holes.
If you take Trayvon's credibility away as an eyewitness, what is there? Enough inflammatory statements to incite a gang war. With enough disinformation, the waters were decidedly muddy, giving Knight a great cover story to use when he returned to Vegas to meet with the detectives.
In order to get a grand jury indictment in any jurisdiction in this country, state, federal, whatever, what you need is probable cause. You do not have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the standard for trial. In order to get an indictment, there has to be probable cause that an offense has been committed and the person charged with that offense has committed it. It's not that high of a standard. It's certainly not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In some criminal cases, and certainly in this one, in my opinion, the bottom line comes down to power, it comes down to money. It comes down, I think, to witnesses maybe not saying everything that they know. The amounts of money that have been bandied about in this case with respect to royalties and what was owed certain people is really astounding. And that certainly has to be a motivating, or I believe it's a motivating factor in this case.
When I first heard about it, I thought that he was going to recover. But when I seen him, to be honest, he looked like he was in a bad state.
Sergeant Manning told me that, yes, young black men get killed. I believe that's a direct quote from my book, The Killing of Tupac Shakur.
I don't know where Pac will be at right now, only God knows. But being that if you look at his music that he did now, that's still selling now that he did 10 years ago, it let you know he probably still would have been ahead of most of these cats. And God knows best because the music that he put out now, he's been recorded and it's still selling platinum.
I remember we went to see him that Friday, the same Friday he died. And we went to visit him in Vegas at the hospital and about, I guess it was about 1 o'clock that day. And myself and a couple other people, we went in to visit him, and he was just laying there and just helpless. And kissed him on his forehead, he was cold. And after that, by the time we got on the road to come to LA, he was already dead. I mean, I just messed my whole day up. And the people that I was with, too, we felt very sad because we thought that for some reason he was going to make it. But he didn't.
So it's a verse in the Quran where God said, if you take one soul, O son of Adam, if you take one soul unjustly, it's as if you killed the whole humanity. And if you save one life, it's as if you saved the whole humanity.
You know, murdered, yes. Assassinated, absolutely. He just didn't deserve to die like that. He really didn't. It matters to me because of the relationship that I had with him and the things that he did for my family, from the kindness and the goodness of his heart. You know, and I just really, you know, I really appreciate everything that he did, and I guess that's my love for him.
And if you can go back and work the case and talk to people in the past, I mean, there are bodyguards who were never interviewed, who the police could go back to it. I mean, police are so proud of themselves when they open up an investigation and 20 years later they solve the case.
It was a haze. It was like a dark cloud. It was just sort of over the organization, if you will, for less of a word. Tupac was loved by all of his colleagues, and he was loved by his security staff. So for his death to come about the way it did, unfortunately and sadly, things kind of slowed down. People were mourning. People were mourning him.
Other witnesses, though, who have since ended up deceased, that we attempted to talk to that night, refused to talk to us. McDonald didn't have anything he wanted to say to us. Now he's dead. People that we talked to during an investigation in California, they're dead. A lot of people have died that were directly or indirectly linked to this investigation. So we would try to get in touch with people, and you'd have to go through death row records or whomever to try and locate them. And we tried to reach out to re-interview Yafufula through death row records, death row attorneys. And we kept getting run around, we'll get you in touch with him. Yes, we'll do this, yes, we'll do that. There are new investigators here in Las Vegas that are actively working the investigation. I know that for a fact.
When I was a judge, if I would have found out that police officers misrepresented or lied in a search warrant, I would have taken immediate action. I think the first thing I would have done would be to talk to the prosecuting attorney about the prosecution against those officers for perjury or some related offense. Let the grand jury decide. That's the way our system works. It's a group of citizens who decide whether a case should be prosecuted. And again, based upon what I've seen, I think it's a case that should be presented to a grand jury.
I never did get over it. I think the only person I talked to about it was Frank. And to this day, I believe that gotcha was inside the organization and not out.
The story of Tupac Shakur is a story that does not have a happy ending yet. It may never have one. The actions of Wright, either with or without Knight's knowledge, put an end to one of the most talented artists in that decade. Wright was directly in the middle of it, well beyond the act of negligence. And even when Wright and company tried to manufacture the gang rivalry and the Orlando Anderson stories, to their credit, the Las Vegas police didn't buy them. The story's much simpler than that. It's the story of a big lie. A lie to Tupac on how much money he had. A lie to the public on who killed Tupac. And a lie as to who's responsible for the death of Tupac. The man behind the curtain.
But in my death, because we all are going to die, and that's the facts of life, when I stand before God, I believe that our lives are replayed for us. And at that point in time, because Pac was a part of my life, it will be revealed to me who killed Tupac.
New witnesses and facts have been put forth. These facts were offered to media and to the Vegas Police Department. Both refused them. It's now your turn. No matter what you believed about this man, no human being deserved what happened. We hope you'll ask for those who care to get involved and help put this matter to justice. Or let this be your child.
Our lives began to end the day that we become silent about the things that matter.